everyone. Welcome to this live stream. I am Petteri Räty. I'm the current chair of BN Finland, and I am opening this meeting shortly to present the basic income cornerstone of the Nordic welfare state pamphlet that has been worked on between the Nordic BN organizations for some time now, and is now ready to be presented to the public. First, I would like to thank everyone who has been involved in the project, my chairing it first, and then afterwards, when I went on parental leave, for now the current chair, Vivan, and of course the motor behind the idea and the father of the idea, Jouko Hemmi from BN Finland, and then Eetu Lehto, the editor of the pamphlet. I'm sure they will later on introduce themselves a bit better. But I'm looking out there. As you can maybe hear in the background, I'm on parental leave, but she seems to be enjoying it at the moment there. But if something comes, then I'll cut this short and get the important things in the beginning. Upcoming, we have a good presenting the pamphlet in detail, and hopefully we will have good discussions going forward, and everyone will enjoy this one, and hopefully there will be as few technical difficulties as possible. Never know with these online things in the pandemic these days. But and of course, hopefully everyone will stay safe, and of course, in participating remotely easier than online. But that is of course so. As for UBI itself, hopefully this pamphlet, as the goal is then eventually to distribute it among the Nordic countries and organizations. Hopefully this will be a nudge that will move UBI forward in our various countries. For example, in Finland, this is quite timely time, as we have projects going on that in the government that have plans to renew the social security system. So hopefully this will be a useful input in one way to that project. Unfortunately, there are no plans for the UBI to include it, although the government program does have a negative income tax trial, which seems to get watered down at the moment. But hopefully we can also use this pamphlet as partly to influence that project, that will at least get a better trial for that going forward. As we are a bit late starting, and in my time slot here was until 10:15, and going to the morning program, maybe I will keep this short and thank everyone. And Eetu and Ben from location are next. That your time would be around this time. So thank you, everyone. Enjoy the discussions and enjoy the presentations of the pamphlet, and hopefully you'll of course enjoy the finished product. Thank you.
Is the microphone working? Nice. All right. Before I say anything, I would like to give a major shout out to our illustrator for the incredible cover picture in the pamphlet. If you haven't yet seen the pamphlet, you can go to perustulo.org, and the newest post there will give you the whole thing. And Jan Jäger is the illustrator, and he's done an incredible job. I could look at his picture for hours, and I would become happier and happier because it's so positive. So thanks, Jan. Okay, I'm supposed to talk about global challenges and the Nordic welfare states, how we can be a guiding force for the world to face these challenges. But I think there is a great chapter right very near the beginning of our pamphlet that's by Ingun Grande and Christine Enchio. And I'm sorry if I botch names here. I'm not that sure how to pronounce these ones, but yeah, there will be about discussion about sustainable development goals and how UBI is like a magic bullet towards them. So it will happen. Well, if I talk about some of the history of the Nordic welfare states, well, I think we have in this pamphlet there are better chapters about that too than I could say, but it's been very popular since the beginning, and it has brought us much reverence in the global community. And even the newest presidential race in the United States had this Bernie Sanders, who looked up to the Nordic welfare state and thought maybe that would even work in America. And maybe it could work in all over the world. But that didn't happen. The Nordic welfare state is an old idea. In the 80s, we went a little different path with Reaganomics, and when neoliberalism became a thing globally. Jan Otto Andersson chapter in this pamphlet will discuss that more, so I will cut this short too. But we Nordics, we are a curious bunch. We all speak English here now because, well, we take lessons from the United States and from television. At least my generation knows how to speak English better than we would know to speak our own languages. Like, we could all speak Swedish, but this is how it goes. Maybe if we can show the world how to go forward, people will speak Swedish all over the world. That would be nice. Me being the most guilty of not speaking Swedish because I was born in the 80s and the cartoons in the television were all American, more or less. There's one global challenge, though, that is not in the sustainable development goals, I think, is AI, artificial intelligence. Vivan Storlund and Gerdur Palmadottir will talk in this pamphlet about artificial intelligence, but there's one thing that I want to underline here. We see the loss of jobs as a problem. If machines do the work for us, somehow we're in this situation where it's a bad thing somehow. If we get more free time, we have to come up with new jobs. And that's very odd to me. I think we should celebrate loss of jobs. We should celebrate the fact that we get more free time. And you might see where I'm going with this. Universal basic income is a way to share these profits by machines. But I think just it should be very evident. But what is said about politics is that it lacks a bit of vision. Politicians talk about jobs a lot. That's how you get elected, if you bring jobs to people. But maybe we need a different vision. Maybe we need to think about whole employment thing in a new way. And that's what we're trying to do here. We are trying to bring that vision. We should be wealthier than ever now in this world, but always we hear talk of austerity measures. We need to tighten our belts and so on. But I just think that's weird. We need these kinds of events, these types of books, these types of visionaries that are written in these pamphlets. We need them to go forward, I think. And as Mikko Lagerspets says in his foreword for this, universal basic income is a utopia. It's a vision, and there is a big lack of them. Currently, at least, I think so. Well, yeah, that's. I think if I cut this short, we can actually go to the meat of the issue, right directly to the pamphlets. So, how about it? We can stay on schedule if we start talking about the first chapter of the actual products by Martin Brun Michelsen. Tell me, Martin, if I said that correctly. Why don't you tell us who you are and go ahead and introduce your chapter to us, if we can get.
Yes. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. Okay. Post-disabled participant screen sharing. I had actually made a PowerPoint presentation, but I can go through it verbally instead. Just 2 seconds. Yes. So first of all, the first chapter of the pamphlet is called Basic Income, a Stabilizing Driver. It sort of sees the point of the whole thing is that how basic income can supplement and sort of revisit the original conception of the welfare states as, in a sense, said by Eetu, that we need some vision, and the Nordic welfare state have been a very great inspiration all around the world. So it's sad that that vision is losing ground. So maybe basic income can reinvigorate that vision. A short introduction about me. I have a master's in applied philosophy from 2018 and have been part of the Danish BN department from 2017 and have since become the cashier. And I'm now also one other person involved in Nordic collaboration, which of course is one of the reasons that I'm here. And presently I work in software and freelance. And it seems that it is now enabled, so I can perhaps share my screen. That would be lovely. Share and from beginning. Yeah, that's a bit about me. And now, this presentation will, and I can see if I can keep my allotted time with these small technical difficulties. In this presentation, and the chapter involves trying to answer at least 4 basic sort of questions surrounding basic income as an introductory chapter. And it is that basic income, or what is it? How does it relate to the welfare state, as said before? Does it work? Does we have some proof that does it have a proof of concept? And lastly, is it fair? What is some broad justifications for it in the context of different ideological perspectives in the Nordic welfare countries? So first, defining basic income, I would guess that most people part of this conference know it, but just as a clear reminder, basic income is a universal, unconditional, individual basic income. That is an income given to individuals, to all members of society as a universal, and it covers basic needs such as food, housing, water, etc. And one of the more discussed points, at least in the Nordic welfare states, is that it is also given without any formal obligations to the workforce, society, or anyone else. And it is also very clear that in this pamphlet, we in general support a basic income, that is, that this definition cannot sort of be mitigated or reduced, or some of the points taken out. It is all of these concepts combined which form the basic income, and other sorts of areas would be sort of, it's a partial basic income, which is not really for the purpose of this pamphlet of promoting. So in the context of a basic, this is just the definition, but in the context of the basic income in a welfare state, there will be some different levels of change which will happen sort of in the welfare state, and what is important in the juxtaposition of basic income and welfare state. The first, on a very concrete level, is what will happen directly. And directly, the changes would be primarily that benefits, subsidies, and the bottom part of a person's salary would be replaced with a basic income. There are many ways of doing this, giving directly, social dividends, negative income tax, and other forms of, as we would say in software, implementation details, but the general idea is still the same as said in the original definition. And also because there are so many benefits and subsidies and so on already working in the current iteration of the welfare state, there should only be a change in the taxation system to make this possible. Another large change is the conception of work, which has been talked about a lot, especially in Nordic countries, and that is there will be coming a change from what I write as state and market approved work to individual meaningful work. And what is meant by this term is that state and market approved work is the concept that to receive benefits today, you have to have some work or seek some work which is state and market approved. That is, that in the highest regard we have full employment, and in the next highest regard we have part-time employment, or even in many cases entrepreneurs and other people like that. And in the lowest regard, which is almost invisible, is this civil work done by civil society and informal work, which shows that the study documented large positive impacts of cash transfers averaging $500 across a wide range of outcomes: assets, earnings, food security, psychological well-being, reduction in domestic violence, etc. And of course, Kenya is still an ongoing project, so these are the preliminary results. It will be finished by 2028. So the general takeaway from all of these experiments is that basic income performs better than the current system, primarily in two ways. And even if we remove all moral obligations and moral views on it, it has this thing that purely from an economic perspective, it increases employment and it reduces health costs by a small and large margin, respectively. So it seems to be working better than the current paradigm. However, only experiments have been done on poor populations. In all cases, it's poor districts, except for Finland, it is poor persons which have been receiving the income. So in that regard, there is still this sort of lack of interest in basic income as an idea, but it's more seen as a tool to improve employment or reduce the costs of health costs. So these experiments primarily serve as a reminder that the poor population should in general be deemed in higher regard than what is presently given to them in the current system, since that just by giving them the ability to be able to freely choose for themselves in general gives vastly improved effects. In general, give improved effects than motivating, as is the framing of it today, than by work jobs and by motivating them by subsidies and other form of traditional ways. And with this, by the end, I will shortly give a presentation of the justification for basic income. And the liberal part of basic income is very obvious. It has this focus on independence. It has this focus on that if you should be able to control what you want with your life. And it also emancipates the idea of getting the fruits of your labor, as the saying is. By an often forgotten part about this saying is that in today's society you need capital to even have a garden to work in, you could say. So in that regard, it emancipates that behavior. And from a more socialist or social democratic maybe perspective, basic income also emancipates a more solidary notion of having this thing, which is, at least in Denmark, it's a popular saying that everyone should get according to their needs and supply their work according to what abilities they have. And since basic income has in its term that it's a basic need, then everyone gets it because it is basic for everyone. Then it sort of also unites the whole thing in a more solidary focus on what we should do with each other, and the obligation to do work will be a moral obligation which people will do by themselves, as shown in the pilots. There is no need for state control to enforce that. And lastly, and maybe surprisingly even, basic income can also be seen as a conservative, in a sense, policy, since it has this notion in it that it sort of tries to conserve the general idea of the welfare state. It tries to pull it back to its roots, so to speak, because one of the very weird things that have happened in the recent years is that all the Nordic countries are of the highest, some of the highest in GDP per capita and human development index. However, with a neoliberal market logic saying that, we should reduce taxes over everything else, it sort of does not hold up that some of the highest developed countries and some of the best countries from an economic perspective are also one of the ones with the highest tax burdens. So there is a sort of gap in why that has even happened historically, following the neoliberal logic. So in that sense, basic income tries to pull back this notion of the welfare state, tries to bring it back to its root, which is basically to create the foundation from which people, no matter their circumstances of birth, can try to seek a meaningful life, no matter in their individual lives as well as in their communities. So that is, I would say, the basic takeaway from this chapter. And I'm sorry if I went over time. It seems that you're muted in the room.
Thank you, Martin. Am I muted? Oh, no. Okay. Thank you, Martin,
Thank you
very much. Great presentation, and you did not go over time, but maybe we'll continue this chat over because later, because it's time to go forward. Okay, so next up, as I told in my presenting speech, that we are talking about United Nations Development Goals. This chapter was written by Ingunn Grande and Kristin Ensjø from Norway, but they are not here at the moment present in this stream, so Kjell Magne Fagerbakke will present this chapter and stuff around it. Kjell, can I give the floor to you?
Thank you very much. I'm almost ready. That was the wrong picture, but there we are. We share this one. I hope you will be lucky. Well, I'm delighted to present this paper by Ingo Grande and Christina Ensjø. I'm the leader of the BN Norway, and I also have a PhD in biology, so sustainability and nature is one part of my entrance to the UBI society, actually. I want to hide my picture so I can read my text. Yeah, you may also have met Hilde Latour presenting this type of the SDGs and UBI. I hope you enjoy mine as well. There's several ways of visualizing the SDGs. This one is divided into biosphere, society, and economy. I also like the donut model from Kate Raworth because it illustrates the SDGs in an understandable manner. In short, it shows social downfalls in the middle and environmental overshoot at the outside. Going outside the donut, we find the weakness of the Nordic lifestyle. However, although the inside looks great, we know there is a lot of holes and pitfalls to fall into. And for the whole world as a whole, there are a long way to go before achieving an acceptable social foundation. Therefore, we need a welfare floor to stand on, more than we need a targeted social security net, which continuously fails to accommodate everyone. Dignity is an important part of humanity, and UBI includes us all. Poverty is a harsh condition of human suffering associated with lesser quality of life and less social cohesion. To quote Rutger Bergman, poverty is not lack of character, poverty is a lack of money. And here we see 3 of the SDG goals fulfilled at once just by adding money. Money ends poverty, enable food shopping, and by cutting the tail of poverty, a more equal society appear. One less intuitive consequence of the UBI, which also Martin showed, are the improved health condition of the receivers, and may become a major advantage of UBI. This makes not only individuals but also organizations and society at large will have a net profit from the basic income. The improved living condition also increases the opportunity to improve the SDG 6, clean water and sanitation, which may generate a loop that again improve health and well-being. The author also mentioned that regenerative farming may be stimulated by UBI, which again will be favorable, improve the water quality for the humans in the neighborhood. Grants, which is the major source of financing students today, may not be enough to stimulate education. UBI can be that game changer and make creativity flourish. The power to say no is a gift of UBI and will improve labor conditions. Labor at acceptable terms may indeed have beneficial effects on health. It provides money, skills development, it's a social network and self-efficiency. It is equally true that unemployment generally is more detrimental to health than employment. The UBI balanced these two conditions by removing the common insecurity appearing whether people do labor or not. The universal basic income also contributes to SDG 5, gender equality, by ensuring that everyone, including the individual who has the most caring responsibility in a family, also has a personal income and is financially independent. Nordic countries have been pioneers in gender equality, both in the political and the business field. Introducing UBI will be a natural continuation to strengthen these progressive traditions on a long-term basis. In other words, UBI levels the playing field. Again, I'm inspired of Kate Raworth and the model where the economy includes both the household and the commons. She claims that these features have to be important parts of the economy, and I think UBI is the major contributor of making them relevant. To achieve the SDG 12, responsible consumption and production, SDG 13, climate action, we need to consume less. Overproduction of goods and foods must end, and industrial emission must be reduced. From the garbage production economy, we should move towards a circular economy. Our responsibility for future generations forces us to keep the material longer in the consumption phase, though through reparation, reuse, redesign, and other processes, similar processes. Today, only 9% of our global consumption, in Norway actually 2.4%, is based on reused resources. UBI liberate the time needed and encourage people to investigate more in the circular economy than in the present. The move towards a more sustainable economic model needs more innovation and local production. A secure minimum income can release entrepreneurs and farmers of the heavy burden of economic survival and will facilitate innovation and the creation of small-scale activities. Growing out of people's own needs and aspirations, such as activities, can be seen as meaningful, an alternative to outmoded and ill-functioning systems. UBI in a world will add UBI in a just world will add stability and peace. I jump through human rights, conflict and crime. UBI shall increase trust among people and society, which is an important glue. If you add some cookies to both persons in this picture, the scapegoat rhetoric seen here will fall apart, and we shall address the problems that are real, not constructed. Yes, even a few more to the rich wouldn't change the new balance. So this is going fast. I think only 2 of the SDGs are missing now. I think Hilde Latour omitted 6. However, if I had more time, then I mean, it seems like I have, but it could be possible to add those 2 as well, which is life above and underwater, at land and underwater. It is my belief that the UBI should change your mindset and flourish a new society where meeting all the SDGs are obviously. I'll end this presentation with a quote from the authors. The Nordic countries have a strategic role to play in being able to actually show the path for a sustainable future in accordance with the SDGs that we all agree upon, but fail to commit to reaching. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Kjell. That was great, very clear, and brought new information if you read the pamphlet, so you can read more from there. All right, we're keeping good in schedule. So next we have Vivan Storlund from Finland, and she talks about work as a human value, a challenge to GDP. If I just give the floor to you, Vivan, how about that?
Yes, thank you very much. Let's see, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Good, good. Yes, well, I come here on false pretext as Christina Steen, whereas I am Vivan Storlund, which is the now my name there in Lukan. And the reason I'm not there is that I am ill, so that's why, unfortunately, I'm not able to be there, and I have the good excuse of not talking too late. I see that you're doing very, very well schedule-wise, despite some technical problems. But anyway, my title is Work as a Human Value, a Challenge to GDP. But what I want to talk about is the challenge that GDP poses which has to do with the later discussion on working change perception of work, and also on the roundtable that Jeff Crocker will have about what economic policies to pursue after the extraordinary measures that were taken during the COVID pandemic. So GDP is a very problematic notion. It was introduced in the 1930s, and ever since then it has been criticized that not measuring what it should measure. And over all these years, it has yes been questioned, and there is one Nobel Prize laureate who in the 70s made a strong case for this, Suomen Kuznets, who pushed the question, more growth for what? And I think this is really more typical than ever today, when we also have to do with so many ecological challenges. So, but as far as I know, it was only in 2009 that a very proper challenge to GDP was presented. And this was by the commission headed by Josef Stiglitz, Amartya Sen, and coordinated with by the French economist Fitoussi. And what they say is that instead of looking at production as GDP does, we should look at consumption and households situation. So, the report was measurement of economic performance and social progress. And it really hit a chord, because then afterwards OECD hosted a high-level group that looked further into the proposals that Stiglitz and Fitoussi had made, and they were working for, was it 7 years, to further look further into these proposals. And the very revealing title that this commission or high-level group produced is Beyond GDP, measuring what counts for economic and social performance. This was in 2018. And after that, there has been interesting further work on measuring things other than those that are registered in GDP through with the OECD has a program, Inclusive Growth Project, where they look at growth and inequality. And there has been, and then it is also suggested that we should look at national account surveys instead of only GDP. And that was, and a very, very interesting, some random pics to illustrate this. So in 2018, the value of unpaid household work in Finland corresponded to 36% of GDP. And Daniel Suskind, who has written a book, A World Without Work, in 2020, gives the following figure for the UK, that the combined value of household routines is estimated to account for 800 billion pounds, which is more than 4 times the size of the manufacturing sector. So, I mean, we are here talking about enormous amount of valuable work and value creation that is not registered in the GDP. So it's very frustrating to hear politicians just talk about GDP. And now we have a typical situation, because after the lockdown, there has been a great spur in economic activity, and it was the same with the economic meltdown in 2008, when the wheels started turning again. We thought, now we have a good development, but nobody asked what happened to those who became the victims of these the meltdown and the extraordinary measures. So to look at work in a new way, which is the item of the roundtable discussion we have on transformed working life and civil society. There, we need to look at all these activities that are not registered in GDP, and then with the discussion with Crocker's roundtables on what economic policies to pursue, we should remember also this, that it's not only economic growth, but also the conditions of us ordinary people. So I think I will leave with that. And if there, yes, one more thing. I would like to know to what extent in different countries people talk about all these measures. There are all this invisible work that statistics now in starting to take account of. How much publicity does this get in relation to the discussions of GDP? This, it would be very good to have a discussion on these questions either now or at a later stage. So that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Vivan, very much for this enlightening speech. So it seems we're ahead of schedule, but now we have a coffee break designed for. Are we gonna do half hours now or continue as planned in 11:40?
Maybe we keep to the original timetable, start at 40, because if some people are coming to watch.
Yeah, all right. So we will continue after a coffee break in 11:40. Then we will have 2 more presentations of the pamphlets chapters and a pre-recorded roundtable discussion after those, and some more discussion following that, and lunch at 1 p.m. We'll be back.
Onko tämä mikrofoni päällä?
Joo.
Ja sitten onko kaulussa, onko kaikki hyvin?
Kaikki hyvin.
Vähän liian kirkas tuo valo. Nyt voisi melkein olla tästä. No kyllä mä näen tämän tästä.
Joo.
Mutta joo, se on hankala, kun hetkinen saaks.
Okay. All right, we're back. Can we? Hani ja Riitta. Me ollaan livenä taas. Okay. Hello. We have enjoyed our coffee and now we have Jouko Hemmi talking about social security, who also has a chapter in our pamphlets. You have a lot of text there, so I'll give you the floor.
There's no sound.
No sound.
No sound.
Okay.
Oh,
Let's do this again then. Oh.
Täytyy alusta vissiin ottaa.
No, I think YouTube must have heard us, but can you hear me now, Vivan?
No, it's not muted, but since this is using just this video, then yeah, and clear. So no, it's okay.
Okay, but let's just, without further ado, let's give the floor to Jouko, talking about social security. First, Jouko, tell me who you are, and then.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm Jouko Hemmi from the ancient capital of Finland called Turku, and now I have the greatest pleasure to be here at the stage to tell you something about basic income in connection with social security. But in this connection with the basic income, I don't talk so much about laws or rules about what kind of impact the social security has on the society. But now then I go directly to the issue I have prepared for this very nice conference. First, I will talk about outdated social security system. Societal change has revealed serious flaws in the Nordic social welfare systems due to a narrow presumption of labor always being full-time employment. This has led to a segregation between those who have or have had full-time employment and those who have earned their living under more uncertain conditions. People who fall outside the protection of labor law and social security are left in an unequal position. This, combined with unemployment, can easily lead to social exclusion. Such segregation and decrease in life conditions may affect the well-being of ordinary people. Thus, they should be tackled by an adequate social security system. Our heavily antiquated social and labor legislation, regulations and administrative practices generally provide citizens with conditional social security benefits. Human dignity itself is conditioned and measured by social security and labor legislation, whether you are in the labor market or not, and whether you are actively seeking work or not. When one loses their job they lose their status as an autonomous member of the society and will be labeled as a climate of conditional social social help, thus becoming a marginalized human being pondering where their human rights are. People should not be forced to work, but work should always be profitable. Irregular income causes constant difficulties with social security. The social security system creates situations in which, for example, the salary of a small gig job doesn't add much income, but may have significant negative impacts on the level of benefit support. Moreover, in our current system, a job seeker can't get personal assistance and has to take jobs which are not compatible with their training and do not offer a living wage. Some goes for social work. Social workers are forced to be bureaucrats and they can't do social work for which they have been trained. In Finland, employees enjoy free occupational health care. This is something that should be extended to everybody, especially outside the labor market or at its fringes, often fall under the poverty line. By having to pay for health care, these people are denied free access to to health care, a benefit free for people with more financial stability to begin with. We know that general opinion has traditionally presumed that work, preferably full-time, is the best guarantee and method for a secure livelihood and social position. Social security is means tested and is maintained as an imperative of the Lutheran Christian moral ideal of the past, that he who does not work, neither shall he eat. Yet, as the labor market has changed, our laws have not changed with it. Policy has fallen behind. So, how does UBI improve the social security system? Basic income releases people from statuses and labels and allows them to become subjects of their own life. It revitalizes the desolate countryside by improving farmers' economic cost structure. From a middle-class point of view, basic income is a great help for single parents and families. It also helps young people become independent. As the employers, especially small and micro entrepreneurs and solo contractors, also receive UBI. It will improve the matching of labor supply and demand in an unprecedentedly positive way. The negotiation position on working conditions for both parties will become much more incentivizing and flexible. Here, requirements for job qualifications, salaries, etc., match the skills related to the nature of the job on offer. And the job applicant's freedom of choice is greatly improved. Thus, an even greater number of unemployed people can look for a job without the fear of sanctions and penalties. For a person intending to become an entrepreneur, UBI is a real kick of happiness, as it is a permanent start-up money. In addition, the employment officials can concentrate on helping people with their employment issues instead of controlling and monitoring the unemployed. Some goes for social workers. When freed from their surveillance work, they will be able to see people who are in true need of real social help face to face. And last but not least, some words about realizing what was promised. As there have been many trials and researches carried out on UBI in many countries with very good results. Mentioned earlier in Martin Michelsen's chapter, the need of a directly introduced UBI as a major part of a social security system is evident. The COVID-19 pandemic has put many systems to a test. The grave socio-economic consequences of the pandemic would, at least at a personal level, be alleviated by introducing a universal basic income. This would in turn spur local economies and that of many small enterprises and self-employed persons. Referring also to our project's title, Basic Income Cornerstone of the Nordic Welfare State, we have good enough reasons to suggest, as it is a question of greatly improving the traditionally good cooperation between the Nordic forks, that it is worthwhile introducing UBI in all Nordic countries concurrently, instead of realizing it as a set of country-specific basic income trials. UBI should be put straight to use. As economist and philosopher, German philosopher Philip Kovtze suggests, side quotation, a basic income cannot be tested, it can only be practiced. The Nordic countries have joined their efforts. Basic income earth networks all work for the restructuring of societies in order to contribute to achieving a more human life for all. With UBI, it would be a great step forward for the welfare states and arguably an inevitable solution for updating our current social security system. And more importantly, the noble promises guaranteed by the constitutions would finally be realized. Thank you.
Thank you, Eero. Those were some snippets from Joo's article found in our pamphlets. So be sure to read it also. Okay, next up. Next up, we are talking civil society again with a specific view on peace work, and we have Kaisu Kinnunen here to give us a presentation. So, Kaisu, why don't you tell us who you are and I'll give you the floor.
Thank you. I hope everybody can hear me loud and clear. Good. My name is Kaisu Kinnunen. I am currently the chair of a peace organization named Committee of 100 in Finland. So that's my connection to peace work. And I represent myself here, and I appreciate BN Finland inviting me to write an article to this pamphlet. And in my article, I looked into the questions of how UBI helps contribute to peace and peace work from two perspectives. First, to better understand how income and income security, to be more specific, is connected to peace, I think it's important to talk about the broader concept of peace, where peace is understood as something more than just an absence of war. And secondly, I look into peace work done by civil society, which relies strongly on voluntary work. And I try to elaborate how UBI can provide opportunities also for peace work. And I see this as an important point of view, especially on the Nordic context, given our region's long history in volunteer work. But yeah, as I see it, basic income as a sufficient livelihood can in itself work as a basis for sustainable peace. We know, following countless of studies, that steady income creates sense of security, which is a basic human need, and that the risk of violent or armed conflict rises with difficult economic situation or poverty. Additionally, social exclusion and lack of participation in society may result in dissatisfaction and violence, which are the root causes of conflicts. While also the equality of opportunities and a fair distribution of resources contribute to peace, and especially to sustainable peace. And when we talk about sustainable peace, we talk about a stable state of peace where everyone has possibilities to participate and be themselves without fear of violence or exclusion. This is promoted, or let's say that this sustainable peace is created by promoting positive peace. This term is introduced by Norwegian researchers Johan Galtung, and basically positive peace is a desired state where disagreements are resolved without violence, and peace and cooperation are promoted by addressing the root causes of conflicts. For example, as I mentioned earlier, conflicts are likely to occur when people's livelihoods are endangered, or distribution of resources in society is unfairly organized, and economic conditions are actually the main causes of armed conflicts. So this is why we need to address these issues if we want to maintain peace. And this in mind, positive and sustainable peace includes, for example, equal opportunities for influence and the safeguarding and realization of human rights and people's basic needs. And it is also defined through functioning institutions, norms, and attitudes. As many of us here know, Nordic welfare states are often described through these same pillars as here. So basically, in a peaceful society, people's basic needs and well-being are taken well into account, and resources such as income are distributed equally. and sustainable economic and social development is here the best guarantee for maintaining peace. Also, in a peaceful society, social and political change is achieved using peaceful means, so no violence, and also by avoiding use of physical or armed force against other people, which is always, this always affects societies in harmful ways. And I mean here that preventing violence is a better choice than dealing with the consequences. And this is what peace work is for. We promote peaceful change and seek to remove structures that create violence. And one way to do this is by giving people opportunities to participate in meaningful activities. And civil society actually has a major role in promoting peace in addition to international organizations and states. We know that many international disarmament treaties and agreements are actually a result of civil society's long-term campaigning, and this goes to show the importance of non-governmental and non-profit organizations' role in peace building. And this in mind, in Nordic countries, we have a long history in voluntary activities, which also connects people to decision makers, to politicians, and actually in Europe, the Nordic countries rank the highest in a measure of the proportion of the population working voluntarily. So that's a good thing. But today, we are seeing that this is actually changing, and it may imply that people need to work harder to earn their sufficient livelihood. They don't have enough time to do or participate in voluntary work in civil society's activities. And this decrease in participation may result in weaker sense of belonging, loss of the relatively high level of trust we have here in the Nordic region. And these both are built with close relations between civil society and politicians. And peace is actually also built through trust, be it our trust in institutions or trust between states and people. High trust benefits us economically and socially. People are happier, crime is lower, and people are more inclined to participate in creating common good. So we can see trust as a key element in a peaceful and well-functioning society. I think everyone here or everyone participating in this pamphlet agrees that cooperation in the Nordic countries is something that we shouldn't let quietly fade away. And I dare to claim that the Nordic region could set an example and be the kind of superstars of participation, political engagement, and giving people freedom to pursue peace or other dreams. We are the happiest societies in the world, according to World Happiness Report. We have high level of trust, and we have all the resources to contribute to the common good of humanity. And at our current times, especially in the light of new global security concerns and growing economic insecurity, I think it is crucial for the Nordic welfare states also to evolve, to ensure positive development, and to reform our systems to better protect basic human needs. And as I see it, and as I wrote in my article, UBI might be the most simple and effective solution. So if I still have time to conclude, well, yeah, the ability to rely on a secure income allows for everyone to focus their efforts in building peaceful society, and UP would be one solution to this direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys, for that clear presentation. All right. Next up, we have a pre-recorded roundtable discussion about change perception, work, and civil society. We continue this topic. And in this pre-recorded discussion, there will be Gerdur Palmadottir, Vivan Storlund, with the participation of Martin Schoenhaas from the United States, and Gudmundur Oddsson from Iceland, and Nancy Kalamatta from Malta. So, after that, we'll have 10 minutes of discussion with the Zoom folk, I presume. Thank you.
Welcome to this roundtable discussions on a transformed working life and the role of civil society. These themes are part of a pamphlet, Basic Income, Cornerstone of the Nordic Welfare State, where Gerdur Palmadottir from Iceland has written on the role of civil society, and I, Vivan Storlund, from Finland and the Netherlands, on a transformed working life. As guests around this digital table, we have artist Nancy Kalamatta from Malta, the anthropologist Martin Schoenhaas from the US, and sociologist Gudmundur Oddsson from Iceland. So welcome to you all. I'll start by giving a short overview of the problems we face in working life and the solutions a universal basic income would be. After that, Gerdur will introduce us to her views on what civil society could be like if we had a basic income. And after that, our guests are requested to say what you think of a universal basic income and how it relates to your activities, whether artistic or theoretical. So to working life, the regulation of working life is increasingly out of sync with the very varied conditions under which people work. Labor legislation offers us a one-size-fits-all model, long-term full-time employment. So what are the implications? I want to differentiate three settings. One setting is people having some form of employment contract that is not long-term or full-time. In such settings, people are working under constant uncertainty, making up the growing precariat that also includes working poor. A second setting involves present and future prospects of artificial intelligence, doing away with existing jobs. We need to envisage new approaches where human dignity is a point of departure. And then the third setting is one that is alien to labor law's premises, and it is one that offers a roadmap for human dignity as a point of departure. This is a paradigm we already have in the creative sector and in civil society. So what we need to do is to change our perception of work to include all activities in which people are engaged. This would, like Alexander the Great's sword, cut the Gordian knot in which out-of-date rules and regulations are entangled. And what I find very interesting is that from a perceptional perspective, we have the phenomenon that if our focus is on people's activities, The sharp distinctions we have between working life and civil society disappears. With the personal autonomy that a universal basic income provides, people can choose in what activity to engage. And this will allow for self-organizing processes where people's needs and interests are a point of departure. Isn't this what society should be about? And I think this is a good place to hand over to Gerdu to tell about her views on the role of civil society.
Yes, well, I am an incurable entrepreneur. I'm always doing some new things or testing things out on the spur of the moment. And I've come to the conclusion through my long life of experience that humanity is just, it's divided in two groups. It is the I group and we group. And if we would blend this together, we would have some kind of equal society. Because the I people, they are, you know them, we all know them, they are running matters as they are today, and have always actually been doing so. And then we have the we people, some are always think in a much bigger scale than they can individually do. The we people always think about the global. So that is why their projects are sometimes hard to realize because they expect participation. Anyway, so I think that the UBI, the cornerstone of the Nordic state, is a great title, but it should be, and will be, of course, the cornerstone of human society. Because UBI is, in my, until now, the only realistic and sensible solution which has been made complicated because it's very hard for people who don't want the society to be independent to agree to their independence. So that is why we are stuck, and we have the same, we are always, making the choosing people to run the society. To choose political parties to do that is just a suicide, because as soon as a political party comes to government, their promises and the things that they talk about, whatever, they turn into the loyalty for their own political party. And they are always betraying the others in their party if they're honest towards the people, to the people that they owe their loyalty. So I think that is our core failure in trying to change things, because we are always talking to people who don't need the change for themselves. Their only way to fulfill their promises is by using UBI as the method today, as a payment term, that it is their priority to start to pay their subjects the due income, which should be, and security, which should be UBI. And then on top of UBI, it's like startup money as such, like basic education is our startup intelligence, possibilities. Because if you don't learn how to read and write, you are very limited in what you can do to help yourself. But some people, of course, can do it they learn by doing. And that's often more difficult. But we also have to think that all skills, all education, and every single company or what we are using, academics or whatever, they are based on somebody's experience. Because every company is based on the investment of society, society should be a shareholder in every single company. And we can then have totally different rules. We would not have any company rising like Amazon and Google and Facebook.
Thank you very much. Then we will turn to Narsi.
Hello everybody, and thank you for including me. I can see that we all agree on the idea of UBI. We are not the only ones who agree on this. Also, Pope Francis quotes it by name. And I used his quotes in my 3 articles. I wrote 3 articles about what is UBI. The other article is how to apply it and how Malta is almost already applying it with handouts it gives to students, to startups, startup entrepreneurs, and to anybody starting a new business, any new activity, NGOs, because they are also workers, not-for-profit organizations. The Malta government gives a lot of help all around, but it's not official to give a UBI. Why not? Because we have not educated the people who need it. We have not educated them on what it actually is and how it can be implemented. So in my 3rd article, which I call the thin edge of the wedge, you know, a wedge is a triangle. The thin edge goes in easier because it's thin, and then you widen the gap. We have to have one standard example how this can work. And my argument is that we should start with artists. We will find a group of artists, and I am suggesting that the group of artists should be new graduates, new university graduates of the arts, whether it be music, painting, visual arts, or theater. They, for sure, will never get a job in the first year. So in that gap, we should provide for them. So I am saying that let's find a section of society where UBI can work well. Why do I say it can work well? Because an artist is an intrinsic worker. An artist doesn't find the easy way out. An artist gets up in the morning and writes out the ideas he dreamt about last night, or starts painting the idea he developed in his sleep, or sits at the piano and practices till he becomes so perfect he doesn't think. An artist cannot stop working, doesn't stop to rest. He has to finish his job. Even if he doesn't get paid for it, he volunteers to do it because it's something has to come out. So, when you go with the argument to politicians, thank you, Gertrude, for bringing out the word politicians, because they are the rulers, right? If we find one politician, let's say the Minister for Arts and Culture, and this would get him votes because the politician is only there for 5 years to get as many votes as possible. We say, look, all the artists will vote for you, provided that in the first years, when they leave university or college, you give them a leg up. not a minimum wage. It has to be more than a minimum wage. It has to be halfway between the minimum wage and the average wage. He is capable of starting his own so-called business, his own job. I don't like the word job anymore because it implies employer, employee. I like paid work. Work that renders an income, right? And I will close here. This example, if it works, will then encourage other minority sections of society, like athletes, like researchers, who can never start on their own. They have to be employed by somebody to research. So if they don't have to worry where they get their croissant and glass of hot milk and the roof over their head, if they don't have to worry about that, they will work harder and they will give back to the nation honor, credit, and when they are successful, they will employ a lot of people to support them. One singer in a football stadium the turnover in one concert is far more than any cup final. So the artist could be a good example. This example I am quoting has been tried in California by one mayor on 150 artists. It started in the beginning of this year for 6 months. I don't know what the result is because it's not published yet. But once we have a good example to work on, then we'll find another sector, then another sector.
Thank you very much. And here I think, Marty, you have been thinking a lot of work too, new perceptions of work. So can you just then follow up on what Narsi has said?
Absolutely. So, Narsi, as an amateur musician myself, I think about this issue a lot. There are so many people who are good writers and amateur musicians and artists and doing really good work, and yet they can't make a living, of course. And that shows the kind of disjuncture between making a living and producing something that is valuable for other people, but also valuable for one's own sense of fulfillment. I think we really need to think of a new way of conceptualizing work. Work is not only something, well, should not be something that we earn a living to sustain ourselves with. It should be something that becomes non-obligatory, freely engaged in, and meaningful for ourselves as well as other people. And I think UBI would make that happen. It would make work be seen in a new way as something that is not an obligation, not a kind of sacrifice. There's not a scarcity of the means to sustain all of us. That's a fiction that is propagated by people who want to control workers. And changing the nature of work, we change the kind of dichotomy that we make between work, which is a necessity and a sacrifice, versus play, which is something enjoyable. I want to break down the work versus play dichotomy and make work into something that is enjoyable for all people, as play is. I think that this will make work into something that can be more communal, because work as it's configured today is something that we each individually earn a living from if we are lucky enough to have paying work. And so it pits us against each other. And by breaking down that kind of capitalist competition that exists between individual workers, work can be done in a more communal way and become much more satisfying as a result. I also, throwing out lots of different kinds of changes, but I think that it's important to say that the kind of division between the family versus the workplace and domestic care versus paid work, that division needs to break down as well. So I imagine that the family and the community can be a locus for creation, as well as the paid workplace that exists today. And if we do all of these kinds of reconfigurations, work can be something that is engaged in freely and engaged in for joy and pleasure, rather than because we are compelled to do it. And that is a huge, huge transformation that I think would lead to a much more humane society for all of us.
Thank you very much. Then we come to a sociologist's perspective.
You know, UBI has for the last couple of years been like buzzing, you know, close to my ear, although it's not something that I've been, you know, studying in like particularly studying. Okay, but as a sociologist, you know, when I hear your discussions, I always consider myself to be a hopeless optimist, but I'll probably sound like the skeptic in this group. So I mainly study, you know, class dynamics. And, you know, I've realized, you know, through my, you know, 12 years of studying class, you know, that, you know, all improvements that come to people, you know, marginalized people come through collective action. And I do see the potential of UBI to sort of like motivate people, because I think it's one of the more progressive ideas that have come around in the last, you know, years and decades, you know, to, you know, at least move us in the right direction. However, my questions, because, you know, the sociologist in me, you know, starts moving around to like, okay, how do we define our terms? Because when I read the UBI literature, people seem to be talking past one another, because what some people talk about UBI means to alleviate poverty, you know, whereas in other contexts it means something else. It's much more minimal. So I would, of course, want to start by defining our terms, but then also how feasible is it? You know, so where does the money come from? And also, because this is a Nordic-centered conference, okay? And talking about collective action, capitalism looks quite different in the Nordic countries than it does in other Western countries. If we only focus on the Western countries, capitalism looks quite different in the Nordic countries. And that has to do with collective action. That's because we have a social democratic version of capitalism here, you know, that would arguably, you know, facilitate a more smoother transition to a UBI system than under liberal capitalism or some conservative version, or in other parts of the world. So let's say in the global south. And then I'm also thinking, you know, where does capitalism fit into all of this? Because the most generous versions of UBI that I've read about essentially to me spell the end of capitalism, which in my ears sounds great, but but I'm just wondering, how feasible does it become? And also, I just wanted to touch upon one thing that Gerður mentioned. Yes, UBI, I do think, helps improve the bargaining power of an individual, but as someone who sees the world through the lens of a class analyst, I wonder what this does for collective bargaining power. And I think this is where let's say the opposition from trade unions and labor unions comes from, is that it actually worries that it might put a dent into collective bargaining power, while at the same time even if it might increase the bargaining power of an individual. But again, I have so many questions, but I know that I only have 5 minutes, Vivian, so maybe if I have time I will just pepper them into our conversation. Thank you.
And do you want to comment on each other now?
One of the things that I might say from the standpoint of a very brutal capitalism, living in a very brutal capitalism, is it really surprised me when Andrew Yang ran for president. He's a young man who proposed UBI, and that was his main position. And I can tell you, and I wanted to put this out there, that my students who otherwise are really alienated from politics, they became really interested in his ideas. And so I think that the young who are facing precarious employment, and what's happening in the U.S., I'm sure it's happening lots of places, is people being employed without benefits, employed as non-members of companies. As that happens more and more, I think that young people and the precariat will become a larger and larger constituency that will support UBI.
I agree, and
the academy is one place where, at least in America, we know how precarious things can be. There's so many people being underpaid as adjuncts, $3,000 a course, which is not even livable.
Exactly. So I actually taught. I was an assistant professor at Northern Michigan University for 3 years, and I had a tenure track position, and I was quite aware of the fact that I was one of, I was in the, privileged 25% in a tenure track position.
Yes.
It's a very tenuous occupation. Yeah.
Very.
But what I wanted to say is concerning the security of the, or what do you call it,
bargaining
power.
Yeah.
I think exactly the opposite, because what it is that the unions, which now are always fighting, they spend all their energy in minimum wage, minimum this, minimum that. They're all focused on minimum and survival and scratching and everything like that. They should turn the power of the unions can change drastically by becoming unions for working people, and I'm not talking about employed people. The companies have to start selling themselves. So you're not bargaining with them or fighting with them or anything. They have to sell themselves to you. Do you want to spend your precious time, energy, talent, and whatever with them and receiving your income from them? So it becomes, so we have to mark companies. They'll be easily read. We mark them with stars, just like hotels or whatever. So you see, and nobody wants to be a chef or an owner in a 1.5-star company.
Whether you get up in the morning to go to work or to think, because thinking is part of work, and you stay in bed thinking, okay, you still should get a state contribution and money. So tomorrow you still have your bed and you still have the roof over your head. The Pope says the worker should be given the dignity to refuse work. Otherwise, it is slavery. But of course, the people who rule are put there by the powerful, by capitalism. So, the less noise, I think, this is my opinion, that we make, the better. And we go in, first, in my opinion, with artists, then with sportsmen, then with inventors. So the inventors, the researchers, who might be looking up information for years without finding that one thing that will change society. We need these people. So, all right, let us, who are inspired by it, spread the education. So we keep on educating what we call in English the grassroots. And then that will grow, will come up as a general opinion. Meanwhile, these sectors who are so precious to change society, to contribute to society, as Marty said, society needs those people, all right? Then they will set an example to the politicians. Look, this thing works. The system will never change. Supply and demand. Okay? It has to be almost a totalitarian government that says, I don't care. Every citizen who's 16 years old till the day he dies gets a UBI.
Narsi, I like your idea very much, and I think it should be considered. And I also think that, and this is an optimistic way of thinking, but that we will reach a crisis point where there just simply aren't enough jobs that pay a living wage for people because of automation, and that will necessitate a rethinking of what work is and will stoke an interest in basic income.
Well, I'm more of a believer in people. I think that inside every person is an entrepreneur, and I think that we are God-given, have the facility of creation, and we all want to do things. It is an urge in us to do things, and we are not talking about getting a bloody job. We have to change our thinking of not what work is, but who we are, what we want to reach and how we reach it. And we do it by igniting our interest, curiosity in each other and in what we want to do.
If we look at the history of mankind, we'll go back, well, let's not go there, but, if you look at the history of mankind, the history of capitalism is very short, okay? If the history of man is, the size of the Eiffel Tower, capitalism is the snow on the top, okay? So I don't think that we will have capitalism into the unforeseeable future. So I do think that, UBI, or if it will be called something else, we will have a different system, 50 years from now, 100 years from now. And I do think that these discussions, help push us in that direction. And I do think that UBI would be one way of raising the baseline of inequality, okay? So lifting more people above the poverty line and, offering universal basic services or income or whatever you want to call it. It's just about a matter of how we go there. Iceland is the most unionized country in the world with a unionization rate of 90%. The US has a unionization rate of 10%. Okay, that's a huge difference. I don't know where Malta falls in, or other countries, but but here we have two extreme cases, with different institutional, let's say, with different institutions, so like to make it happen. But I think I'm in agreement with Marty that eventually we will reach this point, because I do think that we will see more and more unemployment. It might come in like ebbs and flows, but I think eventually we will have reach almost a crisis point where something dramatic needs to happen. When will that happen? Will that be 10 years from now, 20 years from now, or 50 years from now? I'll leave that up to the prophets to to speculate about. But thank you.
Thank you so much to all of you. This has been a very interesting discussion, and let's hope that it will bring us one step closer to our goals.
All right. Thank you for everyone who participated in that pre-recorded discussion. Now, as scheduled, we will have 18 minutes of discussion. Are there people on Zoom ready for this? Can we hear Zoom?
Hello, Vivan, if you are there, are we opening discussion with the people in Zoom or here in the house? Or anyone who wants to comment?
Both.
Both.
Anyone who wants to comment.
At first, Vivan, do you have anything to add to that previous discussion that we just saw?
Well, I would be interested in knowing how relevant you found our discussion and the points brought to the fore, because I think it was very interesting to have. We had one anthropologist, one sociologist, one artist, and then Gerdur as a concept creator. I think she thinks about everything and in new ways, and then I have my working perspective maybe.
Do we have comments from the audience?
There's a
Kel, all right, cool.
Yeah, I think it was interesting to listen to dive into the history. I mean, okay, capitalism was this part of the history, but if you start with who is defining us as humans, first it was God, as in the pharaohs. Then the emperors came along and defined us as humans. And now capitalism is defining us as human. But what you got
capitalism defines us as consumers?
Yeah, if you like. That's the same. But the problem is that what UBI is trying to define is that the individuals are defined themselves and they make their own lives, not defined by others.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's precisely. I mean, the core of a basic income, that's the autonomy that it gives to everybody to define him or herself as is appropriate for this person, isn't it? So we don't have this external God or capitalism or anything. It's I mean, now here it is space for us to be as the humans we want to be. So what do you think, Chairman?
Yeah, I agree with you. I just think about what next to talk about, because I think this the history is worth thinking of, because we are typically evolving as humans all the time, and what we are going into now we are not prepared of. So I think UBI will prepare us.
Yeah, I think this is a very, very good point, because we're now in the midst of so deep societal restructuring, and with that comes also the sort of a change of culture, where we all, I think this is so important, we all partake in creating a new culture. So, and what does Gerd think about it?
Just more or less listening to you at this moment, and I miss to see the pictures of everybody else there, and I think we look like a very lonely platform and we don't show our pictures, that's more or less. But I think personally that UPI, if people have their independence in the form of that they have their livelihood secure, then they have the first time ever possibility to participate in building up their own society, and on a much more equal way, because they do it their own way. Now we are building up a society on dependency. It is all dependent on somebody else, and that is also what makes this big gap between people, because some are able to develop their own future, but most are not. And this is what UPI will change fundamentally, because we can invest your time. Now you don't even have your time to invest, because you're always occupied to work for somebody else, which can be also very good. If it is a cooperation, if it is teamwork, that's great. And good company is fantastic, and entrepreneurship, you know, if that is the base of development, and the base, because ideas always born in one head to start with, and then it develops in different heads, but only teamwork will make them come true. So I think that this is what we have to focus much more on, to give people the ability to participate, to work alone or with or however. If we don't do it, we are excluding majority of humanity. I think so.
Yeah, I think what you said about the I and we people in this discussion is very, very important.
Well, that experience, and I think it's very, very interesting to see the rock and roll between the political parties, because you were like stool dancing. You just, you know, in the stools, when you get the stool that to bring you to government, you know, you're really happy there. And in my experience, I have found that people are chasing, you know, security in money and collecting money, and if this party fits them better than the other for that purpose, they will take it. And that's just human nature, seems to be, you know. And we should have much less attention on political parties as such. But I think that they are like powers that should work in society to focus on something that they really believe in. But they should not be elected as such to a government. When we have 6 people together, they have discussed and talked, and they never agree even what to eat. And then you are electing a political party to run your life. and they say this, and then you elect them, and you get totally different outcome. So I think that is the basic thing that that political parties should work outside parliament. But to bring up, to work as political parties to bring their vision to the people, and if people believe in them, then the government, whoever is in it, they will take note of what they believe in personally, but not via a party. So I think that is our biggest problem, actually. And so that is why I think that we should try to change that in our next session. But UPI is the first line to change.
I think I see Erik Christensen has his hands up, so.
Yes, thank you for participating in this interesting debate. I think one of the most important problems we have in the Nordic country is the difference between work and labor. Guy Standing is using that. We are labor-oriented societies. And the main problem is that the workfare, that you must have labor work, is really a deep-seated ideology. And we have very strong trade unions which have also this ideology. How are we changing the trade unions' orientation? It must be one of our main jobs in the PN. What do you think about this?
I couldn't agree more, because I think that the unions, they have to rethink their purpose, because the unions are great, but they should fight for everybody, or they should unite everybody in whatever they want to do, not necessarily in groups for this and this labor unions for this and that, to fight for the minimum salaries. Like I said, that they have to, everybody should be able to be in a union, and the union should be the intermediator to value their work, not value what the employer can pay them. You value the work of everybody, and that work you need to have this and this much money for it. Your basic income is your basic life, actually, but then the work that you are going to deliver, that is your additional income, that's your private livelihood. And that is what the union should focus on, to value together with the labor and with the employers also. Make them a union, that the people who are hiring people, they are part of the union of the company they are running, and that should be everybody within that union should work together. Now we are always making a fight between the employer and the employees. They just have to change that. That is the main thing. Because if a company cannot pay their workers or their employees labor or whatever they are called, whatever the status they have in the company, there is a question about the purpose of that company. Then they have to be open about it with the team and say, we cannot pay this and this much because of this and that. And they have to find together a solution, because if a company cannot pay their staff, they don't have they have to rethink their purpose. And then they have to, is it because of the purpose of the company? Is it because of the society? Is it because of the taxes? So if it's because they don't get profit enough, they should just, kind of stop it. Only if it is only about profit for very few people, it does not have a purpose.
Okay. Kjell.
Ja.
Go ahead.
Alltså in my speech I said that from the UBI society how to get to UBI. Should we first get the union to adapt the UBI, or should we force in the UBI so the union will adapt? So this is quite a difficult story, and I agree with you that if you look at the unions, they are not very, they are very conservative, they're very labor-oriented, and they don't, well, then again, if you go to history, you find that there was only, there was the owners and the laborers, and if you were ill, they were taken care of. But today we have a more differentiated working force in a way. But you have the precariat, you have the laborers, you have the ill. So now we are the earlier working class is now splintered. So we make the union should know their time and unite all of these groups in one piece. Thank you.
Because if you think about the precariat group, for example, it is the biggest, fastest growing group in society as such. But if we think about all the value that they have, all the experience and everything, this is just ridiculous that, for example, that these people cannot be in a working union as such. So I think that, and UPI also, it is too much looked at UPI as a poverty rescuer instead of that of the base. It is a base of healthy society for everybody. You know, it doesn't matter what you do or where you are, UPI is the base, just like education. Education is the base of our developed societies as such, that we are, and no single company is established because, unless they have enjoyed this education, which is financed by society. So should UBI be also financed by society as such via the government? But it's not the poverty release. It is the ground of society. It's the base to keep the economy, circular economy going. It is really a circular economy if you think about it, because when everybody gets cash to live and do, they spend it in the society, they keep the wheel running no matter what. So like through the crisis that society is going through now because of the pandemic, if everybody had basic income, we were totally different picture of the situation.
Hey, we are close, nearing in our lunch time. So Vivan, can you keep it in 2 minutes? Your closing.
Okay. Yes, I think we need to work and move at all levels. And me, I'm a lawyer, so I see for me the big obstacle is how labor law defines work. And that's full-time, long-term employment, which is a diminishing part of what working life is. So that means that those who don't fit this standard, they become victims of unjust laws. And unfortunately, the trade union movement has not been able to sort of really adapt to this. So, because for me, the major measure would be a change perception of work that takes account of all activities in which people are engaged. So then all these distinctions will disappear, and also as I hope you will read my part in the pamphlet on GDP, because there are so much good work being done now to take account of work that is not registered in the gross domestic product. So for me as a lawyer, we need a change like legislation, but we also need to change
Great. Well, this was our morning session finished. Thank you, Vivan, and all the other who participated in the discussion, and of course the audience. We will come back in exactly an hour. Can we have attention, please? All right. Next, we are going to start our roundtable discussions. Beginning is Jeff Crocker with a presentation of the need for a feasibility of a basic income, based on his book, Basic Income and Sovereign Money. And Jeff reminded me that when Zoom participants are talking, I'm giving them the wall, but now I'm giving you the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation to address your conference. I haven't been to Helsinki for about 30 years, so it's very nice to come back and see your very beautiful city again. So I'm going to give this presentation, which is based around the theme of my book, and the book is called Basic Income and Sovereign Money. So the proposal is a twin proposal. It's for basic income funded by what I will call sovereign money, and I'll try to explain that in the presentation. So quickly, the case of basic income, which many of us will be familiar with because you're basic income activists, and I've tried to set this out on the website, the case of basic income at ubi.org, which I would invite you, A, to have a look at, and B, to use as an advocacy resource if you wish. Here's the case of basic income based around these 5 headings. One is social justice, which we're familiar with. We're all interested in seeing social justice, in addressing the huge inequality that we face, in addressing the precarity that the employment market has produced, and the insecurity of income and life that has led to, and in implementing a shared inherited infrastructure and technology. So this is a question of human ontology, a philosophical question really, that we're all born with certain rights to sunshine, to rain, to grass and all the rest of it, and we'll also have a right to the infrastructure and the technology that we inherit, and that should be a universal right of inheritance, not an elite right of inheritance. Basic income is also the best welfare system, i.e. it's less intrusive, it's lower cost, it has higher uptake than means-tested benefits, and of course it therefore avoids the humiliation and the intrusion of means-tested benefits. And when we advocate basic income as a tool for social justice, we also do need to recognize that targeted welfare benefits are an alternative proposal for the same objective. And we need to show why basic income, in our view, is a superior strategy. And basic income, therefore, also avoids unemployment and poverty traps that are inherent in most current targeted welfare benefit systems. Because rather than basic income providing a disincentive to work, it's actually current welfare systems that have a disincentive to work because, as you know, you get a job, you get some wage, you lose your benefit, excuse me for the English, but pound for pound or euro for euro, whereas with the UBI you won't, and therefore it's not a work disincentive. Then we come to the question of macroeconomic demand, and I will present an analysis which suggests that technology and automation has been sucking labour income out of the economy, making some people income deficient and increasingly reliant on more benefits and upon indeed household debt. And therefore a basic income would address this sucking of income out of the economy by technology and help us to avoid the debt, the crisis and the austerity that the present model produces. It has, as our colleagues were saying earlier, a huge ecological benefit in that it breaks the link between income and employment, and yet more output and yet more resource depletion and yet more emissions and yet more pollution. So basic income is an ecologically positive proposal. And finally, but not to least, it encourages human flourishing, i.e. the choice of lifestyle, what people want to do with their lives, becomes less dictated by the straitjacket of the 8-to-4 factory life or the 9-to-5 office life. And if the technology allows us that choice to flourish, why do we not want to take it? So then we come to this thorny, prickly issue of how do we fund the basic income such that we avoid the challenge that UBI is either too small to be meaningful or too large to be affordable. So I've tried on this table to set out what the various funding options that are usually proposed are. One, proposed by several of my colleagues in the UK, is a revenue-neutral approach to basic income, that it's funded by higher taxation and by the replacement of other benefits. My comment would be, sure, that does achieve unconditionality, which is a major gain. It reduces intrusion and hopefully, though not in all cases, but hopefully produces less poverty. Then there's the proposal of a wealth tax. My comment there is that however socially just that might be, it's pretty difficult to organise a wealth tax because of the range of assets that people hold. So if you look in the UK situation, and I do apologise that all my numeric examples are UK for obvious reasons. If you look at the UK example, there's something like £12 trillion of wealth held in the UK. So one of my colleagues says, okay, take 0.5% of that, we pay for a basic income. But when you look at the composition of that wealth, it's people's houses. Some people it's shares in a PLC, or it might be shares in their private company and so on. Or it might be a luxury yacht, but not in many cases. Or it might be money in the bank. So there are all sorts of assets that people might hold. And how you tax those assets in a fair way, I think is pretty difficult. Can you pay a wealth tax with wealth? Because the definition of a wealth tax in my mind would be that you can pay it with wealth. Is the state going to then accept wealth? Is it going to accept your PLC shares or your yacht or whatever it may be? Or actually, is it going to be paid out of income? If it's going to be paid out of income, which is normally the case with a wealth tax, then actually it's a form of income tax with wealth as a parameter. Land tax, my argument there would be that the most profitable companies in the present age, the present economic age, the FANG companies, the Facebook, Amazon, Netflix and Google, these companies earn huge profits with very little land, actually, because we're no longer in an agriculturally dominated economy or industrial. We're in a virtual intelligence economy. And these companies, the most profitable, use little land and therefore would pay very little tax under a land tax. The eco-tax, my critique would be that we should not be using eco-taxes to raise revenue. We should be using eco-taxes to stop emissions. And therefore, I think there's a dual argument here which is leading us in the wrong direction. And eco-tax should self-cancel. And sovereign fund investment requires one of those above. So I'm going to be arguing for sovereign money creation, a different approach to the creation of money into the economy, which is indeed a heterodox economic paradigm, but one which I hope I'm going to be able to show has some credibility and isn't just wacky, if you know the English word wacky. So reasons why, in my view, basic income needs to be associated with a proposal for debt-free sovereign money. First, as I've said, it's the only way to deliver adequate basic income at an affordable cost and therefore breaks this challenge that UBI is either too small to be meaningful or too large to be affordable. Secondly, that it is a consistent argument for both debt-free sovereign money as for basic income. Now, I will expand this argument, but a thought experiment of a totally automated economy where there was no wage and no labour, in such an economy, goods and services would have to be distributed by vouchers created and destroyed each year. The vouchers represent a basic income, 100% of GDP, and they represent debt-free sovereign money. So it's a consistent argument. And thirdly, that the pilot of basic income plus debt-free sovereign money has been delivered in the COVID economy. Again, these are UK figures, excuse me, but UK furlough scheme paid £24,000 a year to 3 million people. Now, that's not a UBI because it's not universal, but it is structurally close to a UBI proposal, and the cost was £72 billion. All of that was funded within the Bank of England, our central bank, buying 875 billion of government debt, equal to 40% of government debt. And my argument is that since the Bank of England is owned by the government, actually, in net terms, that's not debt at all. So I'm arguing that that actually is a demonstration that debt-free sovereign money can be held in the economy to fund something like a UBI scheme without causing the collapse of either hyperinflation or devaluation of the currency that all the critics had previously predicted. And I personally think this is the most important pilot of UBI that we have seen, because it is a pilot of a macroeconomic UBI. And the proposal is therefore linked to these twin needs that I think we face. One is to get income to people, and the other is to get debt out of the economy. So it shows the UBI proposal to be fundamental to a reconsideration of the economic system. Now, we're all aware that the present economic paradigm, whilst it does actually work to some degree, I mean, we're all here, we've all ate lunch, and we all are clothed. So it's not like it's broken down completely, but it does have significant dysfunctionalities. One is the crisis, which was actual 13 years ago and could well repeat. Secondly is the pervasive debt in the system, both at household and government level. Third is the continuation of austerity policy with its huge social costs. Then extensive poverty, including in-work poverty. And the fact that we see in-work poverty demonstrates surely that work is no longer the guaranteed provider of adequacy of income that it used to be, and that we hope it will be. It's currently not. We see low-paid jobs, we see increased inequality, both between those who are working, those who are not working, and within the groups that work. You know, we're seeing on the one hand stratospheric salaries going to an elite and low pay going to others. And we're seeing huge ecological damage. So that level of dysfunctionality suggests that we need a radical rethink, and we need to see a re-engineering of the economic system. Very quickly, the explanation that people usually forwarded of the crisis in 2007-2008 was that it was bad behaviour. It was bad banks who created excess debt through derivatives, and it was bad governments who failed to regulate. And the corrections that were put in place were tighter bank regulations through conditionality increase on bank loans, quantitative easing, which was very big in quantitative numbers, and austerity. My argument would be that since that hasn't addressed these fundamental dysfunctionalities, we need to think again. Is simultaneous universal malpractice by every bank in every country and every government in every country, is that a credible hypothesis? I actually don't think it is. What actually caused the debt explosion? Was the US prime debt for housing or consumption? And is the crisis structural rather than behavioural? And undoubtedly there will be bad behaviour somewhere within the economy, but my argument would be that the crisis was structural in the following way. And please, this is all hypothesis, so please feel free to come back at me at any point, because what I really welcome it would be your critique, because I want to refine this line of thought. So the structure of this dysfunctionality is that automation increases productivity in the sense that it increases output per hour worked. I think that's undeniable. Reduced wages per unit of output, and I'll show some graphs to show that's the case, and real wages falling behind productivity. Do we find that robots are destroying jobs? Not yet that pervasively, but could be the next phase. But what is happening in box 3, I should renumber these, but in box 3, we are seeing income sucked out of the economy. We are seeing in box 2 the bifurcation of employment into very high-paid specialty jobs and very low-pay bullshit jobs, and inequality rising inexorably. And we are seeing box 1 reduced labour bargaining power. So the test of my hypothesis as to whether technology is sucking income out of the economy is what's happening in the relationship between aggregate labour income and GDP. And I accept all the critique earlier of GDP, by the way, so I'm just using that as a rough rule of thumb at the moment. What's happening is that this difference is forcing households to increase their debt, increasing government welfare spend. Those both hit some kind of limit as they increase, and the limit leads to constraint. And we hit crisis, we hit austerity, poverty, and inequality on the increase in ecology and humanity suffering. So this is the thought experiment that I referred to earlier. If we were to plug a machine into the earth for the total economic output so that there were no wages in the economy, we would have to distribute that output through an annual voucher, which in my thought experiment is actually destroyed each year, reissued the next year. That corresponds to 100% of the economy being basic income. And it corresponds to 100% of the economy also being sovereign money, i.e. debt-free, like coinage. So the nuanced argument from that is that if in a totally automated economy we've got 100% basic income and 100% debt-free sovereign money, then in a partially automated economy we have a partial need for basic income and a partial need for debt-free money. So we see that unearned or basic income becomes an essential component of the expression of demand in the economy, and sovereign money becomes essential to fund basic income and government expenditure. The empirical evidence for that is that earned income has declined against consumer expenditure in the UK, this is, from 1948 to 2016, which I will show on a graph in a moment. That huge household debt is acting as a surrogate for the missing basic income, which should be there, and huge government debt is acting as a surrogate for the missing sovereign money that we need in the economy. And as I said a moment ago, the Bank of England purchased 875 billion of government debt, which I claim is equivalent to debt-free sovereign money. And the project that we've been running at the Institute for Policy Research at the University of Bath in the UK has tested the hypothesis that technology is sucking income out of the economy in a 3-year multi-country study taking 23 country economies' data and demonstrating through regression that technology is indeed reducing the labour share. So this is the empirical evidence UK, and I'd be very happy to include further country economies evidence if it becomes available, that labour income has declined consistently versus consumer expenditure all the way from 1948 to 2016. And you'll see the top line there is labour income. It includes self-employed income. And I have had the direct help of our Office of National Statistics in ensuring this data is valid and correct and properly interpreted. And we do see this delinking of productivity and real wages. And I would point out that this argument relies on automation, not growth. So we could have a degrowth proposal, and in the degrowth proposal, if the output was still produced by automation, it would still not be delivering the income needed for aggregate demand. And you can see that in about 1995, there's a crossover between these two lines. Up till that point, labour income is adequate for consumer expenditure. After that point, it's not. And so consumer expenditure becomes funded increasingly by unearned income, of welfare benefits, of dividends, of pensions, and worryingly, of household debt. And this is the same picture for the German economy, seeing the same divergence. Empirical evidence in the UK, again, household debt is 1.28 trillion, it's 61% of GDP, and government debt everywhere is increasing in the world. I must update these graphs because now certainly the UK debt is equal to 100% of GDP, and as you know, Japanese debt is equal to 250% of GDP. And my argument would be this is just mythical, this is just delusional. You know, no economy can pay back 250% of its annual output. I mean, however you redefine GDP to properly reflect human well-being, which I accept it should be, but for the moment, that output of goods and services, there's no way you can repay a 250% debt of GDP. And I think we've got to, and economists, academics, and politicians, and us all have got to face up to the mythology of this situation. So household debt and government debt are constraining expenditure. It is pushing a continuous program of austerity, which is why conceptually, and this at the moment is conceptually, I would want to see that household debt replaced by basic income and that government debt replaced by sovereign money so that we can restore austerity cuts. It does mean redefining our money, how we think of money. We need to rethink the definition of money in the economy, redefine what we mean by affordability. At the moment, affordability is defined by how much money we've got in our bank accounts, and we even apply that at government level. You know, so social affordability in the total economy is thought to be dependent on how much money the exchequer has got. And actually, it's not. As Keynes, our great British economist, said, anything we can actually do, we can afford. So, you know, affordability is defined by whether we can actually build that bridge, rather than whether we've got the right amount of money in the government exchequer. And therefore we take debt out of the system. So we move from financial orthodoxy, where money determines outcomes, and in orthodoxy, where accountancy is prime over economics, money is thought to have an inherent value, either because it used to link to gold reserves, or now because it links to the sale of government bonds which create debt. And in this view, money is real, can't be created or destroyed unless it's matched by debt or gold. Government budgets must balance, and household and government expenditure become debt financed and therefore limited by debt. So affordability is defined in the current paradigm by government financial reserves. Compare that to a more heterodox theory of money, i.e. sovereign money, where money enables outcomes rather than money determining there is constraint to outcomes. In this paradigm, money has no inherent value. There actually is a magic money tree. It's pretty obvious with digital money, you know, a keystroke money. At a keystroke tomorrow, the central bank could put €1,000 in all your bank account. That's technically possible if they actually had your bank account details. So there is a magic money tree. But money derives its value from output GDP. Again, apologies for the GDP use, but from the output of the real economy. So a sovereign state can issue money versus its national output without necessarily creating debt. Sovereign money is needed in high technology economies for the reasons I gave earlier, and household and government expenditure are then funded by sovereign money. Not unbounded sovereign money, but sovereign money bounded by the output. Affordability now becomes defined by real resources of labour, of land, of raw materials, of time, and of technology, and productive potential. In Keynes again, anything we can actually do, we can afford, which you would think was obvious, but it doesn't seem very obvious in the financial orthodoxy of today. I mean, everybody understands that last line except accountants, with apologies to any accountants here. So looking at the definition of sovereign money, a brief diversion into modern monetary theory, MMT definition. So the MMT definition of sovereign money by Stephanie Kelton and Randall Wray is that sovereign money is there to fund a job guarantee, because the MMT school still believes that we can continue to generate high-wage employment, which is a presumption I question given the role of automation. That money creation must be matched by debt creation, so they still see that money is debt, which I disagree with, and that debt is created is balanced by surpluses in other sectors of the economy, identified by the British economist Wynne Godley. And then they would apply a zero interest rate to that debt. The definition of bank money by Joseph Huber, my friend in Berlin, is that sovereign money has to be a state monopoly, i.e. you can't have, in his view, commercial banks creating money. I don't agree with that, actually, because I don't think the state banks have the capability to create personal and business loans. Or the basic income definition, which I'm advancing, i.e. that sovereign money funds aggregate demand to full potential output GDP. Money creation is debt-free, not matched by debt creation. It avoids excessive consumer and public sector debt, which leads to crisis and austerity. It eliminates intermediate arbitrage, reducing the financialization of the economy. Because in most systems, when the central bank buys government debt currently, it's not allowed to buy it in the primary market. The only people allowed to buy in the primary market are pension funds, insurance companies, stockbrokers, rich individuals, and foreign central banks. That means that the central bank of that country can only buy in the secondary market. When it moves in to buy huge amounts, as has happened through COVID expenditure, it's basically generating a risk-free margin to those intermediaries. Personally, I think that's a scandal. So that arbitrage and financialization we need to reduce, and it returns seigniorage to the state. So there's an attempt in the little table there to summarize those three views of sovereign money. So money is not equal to debt. The academic perspective is growing that money is not quintessentially debt, and I refer you there to a couple of articles, one by Michael Kumhoff, who is actually head of research at the Bank of England, and his other colleagues on central bank money. Is it a liability, an asset or equity of the nation? And of Biagio Bossoni and Costa, money for the issuer. So there's an increasing academic view that money is not essentially debt. So here I won't go into this diagram in any detail, you'll be glad to hear, but that's an attempt to look at the money creation and flow in the present economy and the way in which, with the dotted lines, I would be proposing to put sovereign money into government expenditure and quantitative easing, but for the people, i.e. To fund a basic income. Life of bonds. As I said, the government at the moment funds its expenditure by tax and by borrowing. There has been huge COVID spend borrowing, whereby our UK Debt Management Office sells gilts to insurance companies and pension funds. I've been through most of this process a moment ago, and this is generating risk-free margin to intermediaries, but it is equivalent to debt-free sovereign money. And that's a graph of the increase in holdings of government debt by the central bank, rendering it not debt. And in this paradigm of debt-free sovereign money, which I've called cheekily at the top the ultimate liberation theology, it's demonstrably feasible because cash, notes and coins, which are only 3% of the money base, but they're currently issued without the government assuming any debt for them. And this example of central banks taking a significant share of the national debt. It's demonstrably feasible and it's convincingly preferable. Why? Because it eliminates this myth of national debts greater than GDP, which are never repayable. They are not a burden for our grandchildren. Nobody is going to repay them. It eliminates the debt servicing cost of that debt, which in the UK currently is 41 billion a year, rising actually towards 70 billion. It enables, which is of interest to us, necessary basic income to households and government welfare spend, eliminates crisis, eliminates austerity, reduces financialisation of the economy, and returns seigniorage. That's the profit you get by creation of money to the state. Everybody's concerned about inflation. Is UBI funded by sovereign money inflationary? Will it produce Weimar and will it produce a Zimbabwe situation? But hyperinflation, of course, requires a breakdown in the real supply sector of the economy. We're not facing that condition. The real supply side of the economy is perfectly okay at the moment, apart from the COVID restrictions. Okay, there's some supply chain difficulties currently, but essentially, the factories, the railways, the telecom systems are all working okay. All economies, of course, print and create money. I have some in my pocket. The question is not whether you should create money. The question is how much. And the answer is that the rule of economic management is that you only create money up to the level of funding, output, production. I've covered most of these points before, but the rule is that the sum of all demand in the economy, including UBI, must not exceed output of the economy. And that's, fundamental. Since Keynes, that has been implemented in virtually every economy in the world. So we've seen a paradigm shift from two crises, the 2007 crisis and the 2020 pandemic. The furlough scheme has shown that UBI, it's not U, but it is a BI, does work, funded by debt-free sovereign money, which also has worked without collapse. We've got a research program going at the moment, and in the following projects. First is with Cambridge Econometrics, and they have a multi-sectoral model of the UK economy, and they're running that to test the macroeconomic stability of a solution with UBI and debt-free sovereign money, that it doesn't produce hyperinflation or devaluation. They're then going to simulate the effect of increased productivity in the macroeconomic model on an increased need for further basic income and sovereign money. And secondly, through the Freiburg Centre for Basic Income Studies, together with another Cambridge University project, we're using a stock flow consistent model derived from Wynne Godley's view of stock flow consistency to do the same thing, to test for stable equilibrium in the macroeconomy with UBI and debt-free sovereign money and simulation of increased productivity. And at the Institute for Policy Research at the University of Bath, a further 3-year postdoc project producing policy papers from those modelling exercises. So, and I'm about to end, basic income and debt-free sovereign money is a corrective for economic crisis and austerity policy. The system's generated by what we can produce. We issue debt-free sovereign money to fund government expenditure and basic income, and it leads to a new paradigm where we don't need austerity. poverty and inequality reduce, ecology and humanity benefits increase, we've got no crisis, and a reduced financialisation of the economy through government bonds and seigniorage. And finally, a reference to my book, not because I want to sell it, because I get no royalties from it, but it's there if you are interested. It's available through the usual market sources and recommended by Bernhard Neumaker, Thomas Pally, and Nick Pearce, which obviously a more thorough explanation of what I've just presented. So I'm about 5 minutes late, sorry. Actually, probably not, because I think we started after 2. So over to you, really. And as I said earlier, I'm very interested. Oh, there you are. I'm interested in sailing. Yeah. I'm very interested in any comments or critique that you might have, whether you're on Zoom or whether you are in the room. Yeah.
How would you do the exchange rate between currencies, between countries?
Well, yes. I mean, one of the critiques is if one country funds. Yeah, the guy was asking, what will we do about the exchange rate? Because one of the worries is if one government issues debt-free sovereign money, then the markets will take fright and dump that currency. Well, I mean, that can happen in the present paradigm because that's what George Soros did to the UK pound many years ago. He sold it with a self-fulfilling prophecy that as that reduced its value, others would all sell it. So, I mean, that can happen anyway. But B, that's why I would claim that, one, if the argument is accepted consistently across developed economies, then everybody would do the same. But B, from the COVID expenditure, this huge central bank purchasing of these markets and of their psychology and frankly of their whims, because when you get to look at who's trading these bonds and currencies and so on, they're living on second guesses of everybody else's guess, of everybody else's whim. I mean, that was even true of the LIBOR interbank lending rate in the UK example. They would ring around everybody and say, what do you think is going to be? And so it was all based upon expectations of people who happen to be trading in those markets. I think we need to move away from that, which is why I'm recommending that we severely limit the government bond market. Depend upon the relative productivity of two economies. And although there may be gains, it's a significant management question, yeah. Oh, Samuel,
hello.
Hi. How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Nice to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you too. Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity to say something. I'm very interested in both the basic income question and the sovereign money question, so many thanks to you for bringing these two very important questions together. I think it's very important. I have just a short comment. I think it will be easy to use the PowerPoint illustrated. Can you see the PowerPoint? I don't know if it's working.
Yeah.
It's working.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think that the main question here is if sovereign money creation can be used to finance a basic income, and we can reformulate this question in this way. It is possible to get some kind of free lunch out from the monetary system in some way. And if we look at your we take your example here, the automation example. So you say that all expenditure is bound by debt-free sovereign money here. So we have the state issuing basically income to the people, and the people is buying goods and service here. If we compare this example with, for example, the MMT, the modern money theory, the description of the economy, so there are some striking similarities here. They would say that already today all government expenditure is funded by sovereign money creation, because they define sovereign money in the way that as soon as the state is spending something or buying something, then money is created. And when the people pay taxes back to the state, then money is destroyed. So this is similarity here.
Yep.
And I would say that we will get any free lunch or something extra out from the monetary system here. Not necessarily. It depends on the flows here, if we analyze the flows. And if the money that is flowing to the state equals the money that is flowing out from the state, so these two arrows is the same amount, I mean, then we have gained nothing substantial at all. There are no free lunches gained just by using the word money creation here, just by defining it as money creation. We are not getting something extra that helps us to finance basic income. And I think it may clarify things to take this example and just add a little bit more actors here. If we take we have the government and we have factories that may be owned by private companies in this example, and then we have the people. And let's say that we have a stable production. The same amount is produced every year of goods and services in these factories, and we have the people that buy these goods and services. And what happens here? Here we can have a almost stable money supply it's just circulating around here in the economy. So the people, they get basic income from the government, they pay for the services, and then the government need to take this money back through taxes. And taxes is in this example we have no sovereign money creation. It of course depends on how you define sovereign money creation, what you mean with it. But in one way of using the word, here it's the already existing money that's just circulating around in the economy. And here we have a fully automated economy. It's 100% automated. It's private companies that's owning all the factories. And the key here is just through tax to take back all the money that the people spend.
Yep.
We need to take it back and pay it as basic income. So if we...
It's a long question, Samuel.
Yeah.
Trying to remember it all.
I think just it's important to clarify this thing, because you formulate things like in your thought example that sovereign money creation could be used to finance everything, and it depends. If you follow Joseph Huber, for example, then I think he would only say that it's only that if you have an external central bank that adds new money into the economy here, then it's only a small part then, and that would maybe not be enough to finance the basic income. But if you use the MMT definition, then you can say, of course, sovereign money creation is already financing everything, and it can of course finance the basic income. But so if you follow Joseph Huber here in the definition, then maybe it's only a small portion of the money that you have that then continues to circulate. And that's the only thing we can gain from the perspective if we want to finance basic income through sovereign money in some way. And what is this coming from? It's inflation and it's increase of GDP. So that's the two sources that may give us something extra here. That was my point.
Well, I must say that's the most substantial question I've ever received. Thanks. A presentation, really. I mean, let me say a couple of entries to the response. First of all, I'm not claiming to be in some sort of guru status that I can answer all questions. I mean, you know, I'm very, very happy to have a debate of this sort. Secondly, with my thought experiment, I would ask that you give poetic license to a thought experiment. So the thought experiment can't then be taken through to all its implications. It is just a thought experiment to establish an idea, to establish a concept. Thirdly, you know, I recognize all you say from MMT because I am familiar with all their literature and I've been to their conferences and so on. And I certainly agree with Stephanie Kelton that, you know, a sovereign state can issue its currency. That seems to me to be absolutely clear. Where I differ is that they would say that money is quintessentially debt. I would claim, along with people like Kumhoff and Bassoni, that it isn't. That's a fundamental conceptual difference, which I think the MMT and the non-MMT part of monetary reform need to have much more interaction together, much more debate, much more discussion about. So it is a fundamental difference. But I would also agree that tax is there to moderate aggregate demand. So, yeah, I mean, there are more areas of agreement within monetary reform than there are of disagreement, but the assumption of money at debt is a major disagreement. Now, you're saying that my proposal is that new money is creating a free lunch. Well, that may be my fault for not having explained my thesis thoroughly, but what you haven't done and what I was trying to do is happening here. And what's happening here is what's creating a free lunch. Because the more we can automate, the more we get, you know, apparently, not necessarily a free lunch, but we get far more output per unit of hour worked. And, you know, when you look at real prices since the Second World War, again, I'm referring to the UK, but the real price of every commodity has reduced, apparently apart from fish and chips, our supposed national diet. The real price of fish and chips has increased, but everything else has reduced because that's reflecting an increased level of prosperity. So it's not a free lunch, but it is an increased level of prosperity made available through productive technology. And then I'm arguing that, yeah, the central banking system with the release of money should mirror what's happening in industrial productivity.
Yeah, thank you for your answer. I'm sorry to say I can't hear very good here.
Okay.
So we may have to discuss it later on when the
so technology is not quite as reliable as I keep claiming it is. I mean, Marconi managed it, but we're struggling.
But maybe one tried to say something more clarifying. Because I think in your book you are, also in your presentation now you're arguing that taxes is not as important. But let's say that we don't take any taxes at all in this example. What would happen then? Then we will have these factories that they're just ordering money. People are paying for services and goods, and they will get more and more money and become richer and richer and richer. And then we need. This is what's causing. Then people need to borrow money
you clearly.
But if the tax transfers it's back, so it's circulating, then we don't need an increased debt.
You clearly need to manage aggregate demand. I'm not denying that, and management of aggregate demand is through tax. And so I agree with MMT about that. What I don't agree with MMT about is that money derives its value from its acceptance to pay tax. I personally think that money derives its value from its social acceptance to buy goods and services. And my challenge back to Randall is, look, you know, if tomorrow my money wasn't accepted to pay tax, I'd just shrug my shoulders and say, great. But if tomorrow money wasn't accepted to buy bread and cheese, then I would struggle. So its acceptance to buy goods and services seems to me to be the most important point. But I think that's a detail. I think the big issue between MMT and some of the rest of us is money debt. And that's where they follow the Wynne-Godley model through the Godley identity, where debt by the government is balanced by surpluses in the private sector and in the overseas trade sector, and these cancel to zero by definition because it's an identity. But the mistake that's often then made, not by everybody, is to use that identity as though it were an equation, i.e. to say, and I think Stephanie does fall down here, because in her book she has these buckets that if you take 5 billion or something, put it into government expenditure and call it debt, that it automatically goes to the other two buckets. It doesn't. It then goes through a whole complex macroeconomic modelling process. And actually, I discussed this with Marc Lavoie last week in Ottawa, and he agrees. He agrees the identity is often misrepresented as an equation. So we've all got to, debate this through. But the thing that, as I say, we're doing this research with these macroeconomic models, one which is stock flow consistent with a specific financial flow sector in it, and another which is multi-sectoral, just to try to trace exactly these flows. And those outputs should be available by next March, April.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt you, but Jan-Otto has a hurry, so we have to. I hope we can continue this. This is interesting.
Thanks, Samuel.
After the presentations, but I'm sorry,
counter presentation.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Kjell and Gerdor, but we can continue this same conversation after the presentations, but we are our essential demands that Jan-Otto Andersson takes a wall now. But, oh yeah, round of applause for Jeff.
Well, hello, I am Jan-Otto Andersson. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Fine. I have to leave about 3 o'clock, so I must try to make a short intervention. And it would be fun, very interesting to get into the discussion about functional money and whether you could finance a basic income with at least partly with it. But what I'm going to speak about is how, if economic democracy could be enhanced by basic income. In the Nordic countries, we already have what is called political democracy, and we have also social democracy, and what is lacking is economic democracy. The last effort to achieve economic democracy was the Wage Earners Fund proposed by Rudolf Meissner and partly was implemented in the 80s. But since then, economic democracy in the Nordic countries has actually declined. What I mean by economic democracy is that you have commons that are administered democratically. And these different types of commons are actually increasing quite a lot. It's not only the welfare state, it is, of course, the nature, it is knowledge, it's the state, it's the money also, it's a common, and law and so on. And from these commons, which should be administrated democratically rather than capitalistically, from there is the rewards from this should then be distributed in a fair way. And it's the most fair way you can do it actually is through a basic income. And a basic income then would, in a sense, strengthen democracy in several ways economically. It would strengthen labor vis-à-vis capital or the employer. It would help small-scale production and local cooperatives and you could also probably use it as they now have been doing in South Korea for some kind of local currency which you can use in the locality and the local shops. Very important is that the basic income would probably change our consumer behavior, and it would favor a mentality where it's not so important to be a conspicuous consumer, but to have activities which are interesting for yourself and at the same time for others. And it's important when we discuss the basic income, of course, that it should not be introduced in a way that could legitimize neoliberal policies. There are many now suggestions that you would have a kind of basic income, but then at the same time you would reduce the basic services and maybe the social insurance. And in a way, it could be a legitimation of the new liberal capitalism. It would be its last straw that it could use. But if we discuss politically the thing, then I think that we can preserve the services and the social insurance and introduce to the beginning a kind of social dividend below basic income. And it could be complemented with participation income for those who are not employed in the capitalist or state sector, but are doing work which is considered to be good for society at large. So my proposal actually is to start with the social dividend part. It could be financed also with functional money, debt-free money, and this participation income. It is a thing that I have been trying to promote since the 80s, where I used the Swedish terms medborgarinkomst for this basic income part and medborgarlön for the participation part. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan-Otto. That was a fast and clear presentation. And yes, at this time I would want to say that if there's everyone live here that would want to ask something or comment, I would ask if you would come here to, talk to the microphone and ask your questions. But I don't see any hands here right now. I think Gerdur or Samuel. Gerdur has had her hand risen for a while now, so.
Kjell was earlier also.
Kjell was earlier. Okay, but let's take Gerdur now, then Kjell. Okay.
Sorry, is anybody listening? I mean, isn't there a pause or something, or coffee break or whatever?
No, there's no.
No. Okay. What I wanted to comment on or think about is that I find this question of financing UBI a very interesting subject, because I think UBI is self-financing system. It's a circular system. That is what is securing the running economy in society at all times. And UBI actually, or the primary obligation of every government must be to secure its citizens, a moderate livelihood and access to societies. That should be number one, and their obligation. So when we are talking about free money, that doesn't exist, because government is financed by us. It is financed by the society itself. All the money has been earned for and trusted in the hands of government. So that should be their first priority, to use UBI as a payment term to finance this how do you say, to pay the UBI. And then all the other work comes on top of that. And if you think about it, that every single company, like I spoke about before, that every single company and establishment is based on education, which has been financed by society, then actually it should be an obligationary shareholder in every single company, and that should be paid dividend as any other investor in that company. And that should then run how do you say, increase the incomes of the government. So from that increase, then UBI should be easily payable. And that, I think that we should discuss it more from that, because we are talking about these big companies, like IT companies and like Google, Facebook, and all these, and that is the danger of society today. But in fact, society should be a shareholder in those companies. And that would also be, then society would also have somebody to take part or to oversee how it is run, if it is legal, if it is how everything is. We will become a part of those companies. And now with IT, for example, taking over and losing jobs, and jobs are getting lost, which actually I don't see any lost jobs. I just see that as an opportunity for us to participate much more in a humanly related established company, so ideas, concepts, etc. So I don't see that as such as a problem. What the problem is, or the danger is, that who is running the IT companies, and if they are, that is the danger actually, not the IT itself, but who is holding the reins. But if we are partner of these IT companies, then we have some kind of control of them instead of them taking us over. So I think that we should really look into this very seriously. And I found Jeff Crocker's lecture really, really interesting, and would love if he would look into this and put it into the picture.
All right.
How do I unraise my hand? I'm going to try to take it down. Lower my hand. Yes, I made it.
Thanks.
That's it.
Thanks for those comments, Gerdur. Next, we have Kjell.
Yeah, I want to say how much I like the democracy introduction to the UBI that Jan Otto was talking about. It's a sort of democracy we have today. It's more like the business democracy, that the more money you have, the more votes you will have. And if you have, if there will be a more independency in money, I mean that the individuals are independent of how to get money, then they also will make more independent choices. But it's not a result of the people ahead, or the people who have much more money, is deciding. Then you decide what's good for you and not for others. And this democracy in economy, I think this is a thing we should adapt more in the UBI society. And I think this is a very big point. It has been taken up earlier, but we need to talk more about it. And I have some comments on financing, but I think we can take that later. Thank you.
Thank you, Kjell. Now, is Haldora Mogensen still has one final presentation before open discussion and a round table with everyone. So, yes, from Pirate Party Iceland, Haldora, the voice is yours.
Hey, thank you. Maybe I start by introducing myself. So my name is Haldora Mogensen, and I'm a member of parliament for the Icelandic Pirate Party. And we have been, can everyone hear me, by the way? Is that okay?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, okay, fantastic. So start by saying that the universal basic income won't obviously be adopted overnight. So the more we've been thinking about it, and I've been thinking about it in terms of how it would work in Iceland, is I lean towards the idea of adapting our pre-existing welfare system and current personal tax credit system in steps towards the goal of merging them into an unconditional basic income system. I believe it to be incredibly important that these steps be taken in context of a much larger ideological shift as regards to our kind of entire economic system, which is a little bit what I hear also other people saying here. Rethinking our economy is an important part of the conversation, so also just detoxing from our addiction to economic growth, replacing gross domestic product with a healthier and better way of measuring the success of our societies. Our task is to lay the groundwork and to incentivize the growth of a new economy. So I can kind of envision a grassroots economy where everything sprouts from the ideas and passions of regular people. An economy that catches us when we slip and evolves around the needs of people instead of molding people's lives around the needs of the economy. A bottom-up approach to economic thinking instead of the current kind of wishful thinking that corporations will somehow trickle our well-being down to us, which is very much the kind of neoliberal way of looking at the economy. As my party stated in its last election campaign, you can't have a true and functioning democracy if people don't have the flexibility, time, and resources to participate in democracy. So that's why we advocated for it. Was a huge part of our campaign now. We advocated for a new economy with the aim of creating a free, equal, and abundant society. And a redistributive policy like universal basic income is key to this economic shift, and something that I've been fighting for and kind of creating a conversation around in Iceland since I started, really since 2013, when I was kind of first coming into Alþingi in Iceland, to the parliament. But to tackle the root of inequality, I think we have to do more. You know, we have to look beyond income redistribution and look at democratizing the very ownership of wealth and redistributing sources of wealth as well as income. So one of the core ideas of the Pirate Party is based on like democratizing the ownership of ideas. So moving away from this stagnant copyright system to a free worldwide network of open source design. So slowly redistributing economic power from corporations to individuals, creating a transparent knowledge-based society and aiming for a sustainable utopic or utopian future. I think this is a key point if we wish to move society towards a utopian rather than a dystopian future. Because if we carry on allowing the appropriation of our data by private industry, if we continue to allow our technological progress to be owned by billionaires, yet be driven to a large degree by taxpayer-funded research and by centuries of interchanging ideas, then we're moving away from the abundance that technological progress could be creating towards a state of artificial scarcity. And if we implement an unconditional basic income in such an environment, my fear is that it will only serve to further enslave us. So the conditions that universal basic income is implemented in, like the larger picture, is incredibly important. And democratizing sources of wealth and decentralizing power are key to a free society. This is actually one of the most important, one of the most exciting things about a universal basic income is that it is unconditional. And so it decentralizes the state's power over its citizens. It empowers the individual economically to make free choices. Now, we saw very clearly in the Icelandic government's economic packages in response to the COVID crisis here in Iceland that the entire focus of the funding was on bailing out companies rather than the individuals affected by the crisis. About half of the money went to the tourist industry. First, the government paid companies to keep staff on their payroll, just to then later pay the same companies more money to help them fire the same staff. So people were forced to rely on unemployment benefits that are less than 40% of the median income in Iceland, with little flexibility for earning more to make ends meet. Now, this is a country where the cost of living is more than 30% higher than, for instance, in the United States. So if people wanted to work, their benefits were stripped away from them in a heartbeat. And this during a global pandemic, incredibly difficult situation in society. And to add insult to injury, corporations in Iceland were encouraged to tell on people, to tattletale, if they didn't accept any job they were offered. So with no regards to the individual's own desire to work for said companies. This was like a huge thing in the media here, where companies were kind of complaining that people weren't taking jobs that were being offered. And it didn't matter whether a person had interest, experience, or education that fitted the job. If they didn't accept, they were stripped of their benefits. So the pandemic introduced a perfect opportunity to remove these conditionalities from unemployment benefits. Sadly, a lot of people lost employment and needed the flexibility to take on and try new projects without the risk of losing unemployment benefits. About half of the COVID economic packets in the year 2020 went to tourism service companies, which is one of the pillars of the Icelandic economy, along with fisheries and aluminum smelting. So from about roughly 475 million euros, totally the tourism received 237 million euros. And who knows what would have been created if we had invested directly in people rather than propping up mostly large tourism companies that had in the past paid out monstrous sums in dividends to their stockholders. So it's just another example of how our current system privatizes profits, but always nationalizes the losses. And this is, in my mind, a lost opportunity to spur innovation from the grassroots up, if we just thought about things a little bit differently. So I'll just add a little bit thoughts on policy for the future from kind of an Icelandic perspective. One of the more straightforward ways for us in Iceland to move towards a universal basic income is to do it with tax reform. So take, for example, the personal tax allowance, a tax discount of a fixed amount, regardless of how high a person's salary is, that everyone is entitled to, but not everyone utilizes fully due to unemployment, low salary, or other factors. With a relatively simple change in the tax code, Iceland could pay the tax allowance amount out to those that don't utilize it, and in that way implement a negative income tax. So everyone is entitled to a personal tax discount in Iceland, so we believe everyone should be able to reap its benefits. And by doing so, we would be able to take a small step towards providing everyone with basic income. The amount presently is quite small, but we could raise it in steps with the goal of reaching the level of basic income. So instead of a tax allowance, we could start calling it a tax dividend, for example. In today's economy, this change would be of especially good use to students and other groups who have little or no income, as well as being a kind of gateway for the reimagining of our social systems. The tax dividend could become a launch pad for further reforms in this direction as we move from tax deductions and benefit systems towards a universal basic income to ensure that everyone, regardless of their status or wealth, has kind of an equal, unconditional access to the resources necessary to survive and thrive in modern society. To close, I would just say to you, as I repeatedly tell my colleagues in Alþingi, and I think that you're probably most of you on the kind of the same page in this regard. But really, if we want to invest in the future, we have to invest in its people. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Haldora, for that presentation. Do we have any live inquiries about, or have or Zoom? Do you have questions, comments? Kjell raised his hand.
Yeah,
So.
Let's go for it. I think to take the last thing first, and I think many of the tax allowance. I think the tax allowance system that Lawrence is stating here is a very good way of just introducing it quite suddenly. And I'm a bit disappointed about the Icelandic that in my history book they said that Iceland just voted for the Christianity at the Althing, and then they were Christian. So I think you also should vote for UBI, and then you'll have it. It's not a big deal actually, because if we can have a climate crisis a vote, then we can also have a UBI vote. But never mind. I was thinking about what I was to say that I love this discussion about economy. I'm a biologist though, so it really engaged me that you are taking this debate in a very high level. Of course, on a higher level than I can participate though. But there is something about Britain and UBI and the welfare state. I think I do some counting on the Norwegian welfare state. Of course, we probably use a lot of money. But also Carl Widerquist have calculated the British one. And what I thought then is that Britain are using much too little money on welfare. So when a Brit says that this is very expensive, that's probably because they are not used to use that amount of money on people, and you should. So in my experiment, when I counted on this, I realized that a full UBI of about 19,000 NOK or 1,900 euro a month, the cost is about the same that we use on the welfare state today. And there's one exception though, the students, because they have loans, no, they have grants, and the UBI, or grants, they have a UBI. And that will be extra cost, of course. But that's a bookkeeping question. I think that's in our investment for the future. So it's no problem to pay off students, because they are the taxpayers of tomorrow. So one good advice for Britain, pay more money to the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Kjell.
Can I say just a short something?
Yes.
In response, just short, because I absolutely agree with is it Kjell Magne? Yeah. And also, really, what I think we have to think about, and we've been talking about it a little bit here, is that money is just a human construct. All of these systems are just a human construct, and for some reason we talk about them and act around them as if they are like some natural thing, you know, set in stone that we shouldn't rethink in any way, because everything might just tumble down and collapse around us. The thing is, everything is already tumbling down and collapsing around us because of the way that the system is formed, and because it's outdated, and because we're so scared of rethinking it. And this idea that money and everything is a human construct, and really us human beings, we're free in this world to model our society as we like. So I absolutely agree with Kjell when it shouldn't be that difficult. It should just be a vote, and we should just change. But it takes time to get people to back you up in it, because it takes time to change the paradigm in people's mind. I just wanted to add that to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Haldora. Do we have more comments? So, not at this time. So we have two options now: to have a coffee break and continue with some open discussion, and maybe Jeff could, talk more. Maybe, I think you were interrupted, so. So, how about a 20 minutes coffee break and then some more conversations?
Hello.
Hey, everyone.
Yes, we still. Let's see. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me? Yeah. We still have Erik Christensen on the around the round table before we're closing discussions.
Ah, true. That is true, actually. Sorry about that. Should we have it now or have a small break?
Well, according to the program, we should have a break coffee break at 15:55. And now it's 15:20. So couldn't we take Erik Christensen first, so we have all the booked speeches, and after that we would have the discussion.
So no break.
What about Patrizio Laima? Is he available for speaking?
Nope.
He's not.
He's not there. Okay.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Is I on? Yes?
Yes.
I am a presentation, a short.
Yep.
I am a board member of PN Denmark, and I am a retired lecturer in political philosophy in Aalborg University in Denmark. And I have written about basic income history in Denmark. And I will say something short about basic income as a social dividend. Basic income, Jan Otto has have given a short description of different forms of basic income. How should it be implemented? And normally, basic income is concepted as a state tax-financed benefit. But it can also be a social dividend. And I will have a short discussion about the difference between these two forms. Shall we use the implementation form as Jan Otto? He preferred some sort of social dividend instead of tax-financed basic income. And I think it's a very important discussion because the function is very difficult and the ideological legitimation is different from tax-financed to a social dividend. And when I say social dividend, I think about that it should be created in connection with forming some sort of independent social state welfare funds. Some of you have read Guy Standing's book about basic income. And in his latest book, he is proposing a state welfare fund. And it is a fund formed by different resources, various tax sources, a land tax, a wealth tax, inheritance tax, and maybe also CO2 and ecological taxes. You are collecting all the different tax in a state finance fund, and you are from this fund taking a social dividend to every state citizen every year or every month. So it is very different from this normally state benefit where we have this state income tax. Why is this income tax is not so good funding for funding basic income? All economists know that tax on income is not very good. It can create, it's not good for people who want to have a job, and there can be, they can also create some, actually, economist is very critical, and I think with good reason, to this tax-financed basic income. And this idea of social dividend, I will give you a very short history.
All right. We're back live. So, we ended up on a cliffhanger where Vivan asked Jeff for a question. So, Jeff, I'll give the floor to you, and do you have a microphone?
I don't know. No is the answer. Thanks. Yep. Thanks. So, Vivan, is she still there? I'm not answering Vivan's question until Vivan appears. Ah, she's now Christina Sten. Ah. So you are here, Vivan?
Yes, I am Vivan, although I'm under the name of Stina Sten.
Okay.
So, would you like me to repeat?
No. Well,
I
I remember your questions. I wrote them down. So,
okay.
Very devastating questions, if I might say so. Delivered like a ballistic weapon out of the sky. I almost took the opportunity.
Can I give my arguments for my questions, perhaps?
Well, maybe I can.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Maybe I can have a go at replying. Let me have a go at replying, and then you can counter-reply. So this question of how could I work for big business and then advocate UBI? Well, as you say, I graduated in economics, and then I did work in industry. So my main career was in technology strategy for industry, what you call big business. And some of it was big business like IBM, and some of it was small business like SMEs, and some of it was for government organizations like the EU when we were looking at reorienting of the Russian economy post-1990. So, yeah, I have been in both those environments, and frankly, I don't see them as being inconsistent in the way that I know a lot of UBI advocates do. So I'm actually personally not in favour of the kind of polarisation that is suggested between, quotes, big business and social movements like UBI. And actually, in my career, funnily enough, I've been labelled from both sides. So in 1990, when I was working in Moscow, and I was very much opposed to the overnight transformation of the Russian and Soviet economy forced by the IMF and the World Bank, and both of them forced it. The World Bank labelled me as a crypto-communist, and they banned me, they blacklisted me from all their projects. So, you know, on the one side, I was a crypto-communist, and in other cases, people brand you as a neoliberal if you think at all kindly of the industrial complex. So I've actually been called both things, and I'm not sure which I am. And I also remember going to a conference in Berlin, and one person, actually a British person, put up a photograph of Richard Branson on the wall, and she said, that explains why I'm against basic income, because he supports it. Well, you know, I don't accept this sort of bifurcation, because as I said to her afterwards, well, I think Richard Branson also thinks that 2 + 2 = 4, and does that invalidate that? So I think we've got to, in my view, I would like to try to back off this sense of inbuilt conflict. Most of my life has been worked in industry, and forgive me, but the caricaturization that I often find in academia of what's happening in industry is exactly that. It's a characterization. The idea that the average industrialist is trying to minimize wages and send all the employees home destitute, it simply doesn't characterize most of the businesses that I worked for, with the exception of some in the fairly rapacious Russian economy of the early 1990s. I mean, in that situation, yes, I did see rapacious, profit-maximizing, grabbing behavior. But in most developed economies, I've never forgotten, on one of my consulting visits in the USA, I was talking with a non-stop computing company, like Stratus and Non-Stop Computers. I met with the chief exec. We went for lunch together in a canteen like this, sat next to a guy I introduced me to. He said, Jim is responsible for cleaning and maintenance here. And we chatted, CEO, the guy did the cleaning, and he said goodbye. And then the CEO said to me, he said, Jim owns $100,000 worth of stock in this company, as does every other employee. You know, so there are more social conscience and more sort of social business models are out there. And most people that I know working in industry do not want to deliver defective products that fall apart. You know, they are proud of the fact that they are delivering something worthwhile. So I personally, and we may differ on this, I don't know, but I don't personally see that huge divide. I want to see something much more consolidated. And much big business, as Keynes said, you know, do want to see effective demand in the economy. So that's why Keynes was against suppression of wage to quote price labour back into work, because he saw just technically, you need effective demand out there in the economy if you're running a business. And Keynes was always saying the business fraternity wants to see people with effective demand. And I think that's still the case. And in some of the high-tech companies, they do see actually what effect technology is having, that it is reducing employment. I mean, one of our other speakers said it wasn't, but you look at the London Underground, for example, where the ticketing system has been recently totally automated and huge numbers of jobs were lost. And by definition, that took demand out of the economy, because the project would only have proceeded if it could guarantee cost reduction. It guaranteed cost reduction because jobs were lost, automation took over, and we've got to recognize that fact, in my view, and compensate that with a basic income at macroeconomic level. So you may want to come back to me on that. The other was, you were comparing MMT and debt-free sovereign money, and well, I'd hoped I'd covered some of that in my presentation, because for me, the big difference with MMT is that MMT insists that money is debt. And I don't think that money is quintessentially debt. And we do face these two problems of needing to get income to people and getting debt out of the economy. And I don't see how we're going to get debt out of the economy if we keep insisting that money is quintessentially debt. So I disagree with MMT on that, but unfortunately MMT won't discuss it. And other ways of funding UBI, yes, again, I hoped I had covered some of that, but my colleagues Malcolm Torrey and Stuart Lansley in the UK both are proposing a tax-funded UBI. The problem I have with that is that actually it's sucking demand out of the economy at the same time as it's trying to put demand into the economy. Revenue neutrality isn't actually achieving anything significantly in the macroeconomic sphere. So you end up with UBI schemes whose sole benefit is the removal of means testing and intrusion, which is a benefit. It is a benefit. But I personally don't think it's a big enough benefit to persuade the political debate. And I think we need something that is more radical. So that's my attempt to respond to your three questions, Vivian.
Okay, thank you very much. The reason I put these questions is that I think, I mean, I think we are in the midst of creating a new culture, and I think we have been focusing too much on conflict. So, and often I think that the views that are very close to each other easily turn into a conflict between each other. Yeah. And I think when it comes to UBI, I don't like fighting between this or that form of UBI, because I think everything that serves the cause should be tolerated, and we just hope that we at some point would reach our goal. But thank you.
Well, no,
as I said before.
I absolutely agree with that. In fact, I helped set up a UBI hub in the UK with the explicit purpose of trying to coordinate what we were all doing as activists so that we could swap ideas, hear one another, and so on. As I said to one of the organizers, move from having 12 movements, each of one member, to one movement of 12 members. And that aspiration actually has proved very difficult to implement because people have their own patch and they're quite defensive of their patch. It's not everyone who is happy to come into a more consolidated hub. And the same with MMT. I mean, I would be delighted to talk, I tried to talk to Randall Rain, to Stephanie Kelton and so on about the MMT formulation. Randall simply wouldn't talk. He told me to get an education at Levy Institute, and then he talked to me once I was educated. Well, it's pretty difficult to engage in a conversation when one of the prime proponents of MMT actually won't discuss. What can one do? But I agree with you. He was told me to take a hike.
Sorry?
He told me to take a hike.
But I think, the academia is no good example of how to advance a new course. I think it was Humboldt who said that science advantage one funeral at a time.
Yeah.
So, but I think here we really need a change of culture.
Well, yeah, one would hope so. I mean, but Planck was right actually. It is very difficult to develop new ideas within the scientific community because people feel nobody wants to stick their head above the parapet and say, look, this is a different way of looking at it, because they know they'll get shot down, they won't get their next job interview and so on. So there's an incredible pressure to conform within academia. If you don't conform to the current dominant school, you won't get even the interview, unfortunately. Is that... So do we have...
Can I have a comment? I think this monetary theory and sovereign money conflict make me think about what's happened in the States in the early 70s, where Nixon wanted to introduce UBI in the US, and the Democrats voted it down because it was too little. So I think that what we need now is a lot of economic theories, and we have to pick the best from all of them. But of course, the most important thing we pick is the UBI.
No, well, I agree. I agree with actually what you said earlier about the UK, that the UK needs to spend more on its people's welfare. You're absolutely right. We need to spend more on our health system, where we only spend 8% of GDP on health, whereas Germany spends 12%. So Germany's got twice the number of A&E beds per head of population than we have. So, you're absolutely right.
There's also a thing I didn't mention last time. It was, in Norway have a huge oil fund that we pick the money from. I guess that's sort of a sovereign money as well.
Yes, well, you have your ill-gotten gains in Norway, yeah? Actually, in terms of your comment about new economic theory, I often think about Keynes's theory or general theory of income, employment, and money. Personally, I think we need to revisit that, and we need a new understanding of the economic theory of income, employment and money, but one that's heavily technologically intensive. You know, what is the technological theory of income, employment and money? Because the thing that I think is missing in most economic models is a deeper understanding of the production matrix, you know, of exactly what's happening there in terms of output and employment. And as you also say, I mean, this idea that all policies seem to be oriented towards high-wage work. And, you know, like the Labour Party in the UK, the answer apparently is high-wage work. Well, this would be great if that were an option. The thing that we have to question, I'm not saying that it's definitively so, but the thing that we have to question is, with more and more automation, is high-wage work going to be sufficiently available to meet the income needs of the population? I personally doubt it. So therefore, to have political policies which talk about nothing other than work, and even to do with increased life expectancy, the answer in the UK has been to increase the retirement age. In my view, a crazy answer. So you've now got people, you know, 75, 80, staying in the place of work rather than enjoying their retirement because the government doesn't want to accept the social cost. It wants to hope that somehow or other this can be funded in the employment sector, and frankly it can't. You know, we need to have a greater, which is what this conference is partly about, a greater understanding of social welfare funded socially.
Can I raise the question of a GDP? Because I was very pleased that you made some reservations when you mentioned GDP. So, yeah, I think it's the MMT which talks about the national account. And when I have been looking at ways of making sense of all unpaid, invisible work, and looked at what they are doing in OECD and others to measure it, I think there should be some place where you can, where this is collected, and would that be the national account surveys, where you see, as let's see now, the home care was it 3 times bigger than some of the things that are registered in GDP, and still it's invisible from an economic point of view.
Well, I think that's absolutely true. I mean, you do run into the difficulty then of what is work and what is leisure. You know, does somebody who goes and trains young people how to sail, for example, and does it as a leisure activity, when somebody else might be doing it as a paid job? So it is sometimes quite difficult. But I certainly agree with you that there is a lot of output which is not counted in GDP, and certainly the GDP doesn't measure well-being, you know, and well-being counts, and well-being might be less products and services in some cases. Now, how we quite get around that to have a delta, a new, whatever one's going to call it, a well-being index, frankly, I don't know. I mean, at the moment, I think we have a limited measure, but it does at least measure whether food and clothing and housing are getting to people. But you're absolutely right, it's by no means a comprehensive measure of welfare or of well-being. Any other questions or?
I have a question. You push against high-wage jobs and bullshit jobs, am I right?
Yeah.
So how do you define bullshit jobs?
Well, this was, his name escaped me at the moment, he died recently, sadly.
David Graeber.
Yeah, who defined, quote, bullshit jobs. Well, I mean, ultimately it seems to me that it comes back to a measure of job satisfaction by the job holder. So it's not up to me to say somebody's job is mega and elite and somebody else's is bullshit. Nobody else can make that judgment, I think, except the person whose job it is. And if the self-reported job satisfaction surveys are, as they are, reporting increasing dissatisfaction,
kept off the street because you have to get to work. Because it's 8 till 4 when it doesn't have to be, or 9 till 5 when it doesn't have to be. Those reports of job satisfaction, I think, move towards an important measure of individual well-being. The idea that people want work and more work, that's clearly not true. I mean, I remember working in a factory, and at 4 o'clock in the afternoon when it finished, they weren't all hanging around till 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, 4 o'clock, woo! It was a sort of mad rush. Although there are exceptions to that, the workaholics, of course. I mean, well, there was one guy, I worked for Rolls-Royce Aero Engines, and there was one manager who would famously stay till the end. And he would walk along watching the car park, and only when the last executive car had gone would he then go. So, people have all sorts of mixed personal responses to their place of work, don't they? Mm. But if job satisfaction is low, that's what we need to be responding to. And if you've got in-work poverty, then clearly, the system is not valuing that work. Otherwise, why is it not paying sufficient for somebody to live on? So, I mean, I'm not against work, of course I'm not, because I think that creative activity is kind of somehow part of the human ontology. We like to and want to be involved in creative activity, but the way that we have developed to define that as this job thing, and this rather fixed stereotype, and even this thing about the precarity. I mean, it's interesting that some of my colleagues who are most critical of precarious employment tell me that their kids, who are early 20s, love it. They can do a gig in the evening, and I'm involved as a chair of a business in Bristol, happens to be in the care sector, and in this business we get a lot of young people coming along actually want 0 hours contract. We say, no way we don't, we want people who are committed to come and do the job. And they want 0 hours because they live at home with their parents and they can, they want to be able to party and not come on a particular day. So there are some people who seem to want a very flexible mode of employment. Now, if the new paradigm can accommodate that and say, okay, nobody should force 0-hour contracts, but if you want that mixed mode, then here is a way by UBI in which you can choose. I think we should be open-minded and flexible and kind of examine options rather than shutting them down as immediately counter-political. So is it floor open?
Yeah. You want?
Not really a question. Should I go there or?
Yeah.
Is it ready?
Yeah. Just
Yes, I'm Albert Sigurdsson from Iceland, the fourth person from Iceland here today who's speaking. I've been to several of these conferences on UBI and mostly here in the Nordic countries, and I'm always learning more and more. But what I just take from all of these, and particularly now today when we have had a discussion about how we can afford it, is that there are many ways of calculating how we can afford a UBI in different countries, and maybe that would be the conclusion, that different countries need their different solutions how to establish this. So in Iceland we have several problems that may not occur so easily or are different from other countries in some practical respects, although economists might see it all as the same kind of classifications. So I would just suggest that for each country there should be some kind of plan. The goals should be the same, some kind of, let's call it utopian society or UBI society. But for instance, like Halldóra said here earlier, UBI is not the only thing that needs to be changed. There are many other things, like I think you said, it's a structural problem, not a behavioral problem. So there are many structures that need to be
rearranged. For instance, in Iceland, we have a housing market that is majority of housing is privately owned. There is almost no rental market. So in Iceland, another problem besides UBI would be to establish more choices in housing. Everybody needs a house in Iceland. It's cold and all that. So there are several issues to be handled apart, with UBI, and also like Halldór also said, we have personal tax deduction for everybody who is working in Iceland or has an income, and we would like to build on that. So in a way, UBI could be both a goal, but the way there would be some kind of steps, maybe a ladder. And the first step on the Icelandic ladder would be to build on this personal tax dividend, and to increase it and so on, and to give it to people who are not having income, like students and so on. So, but in Denmark, Sweden, Finland, UK, there could be other steps, but the goal should be the same, some kind of society where corporations are not able, or the powerful are not able to manipulate everybody around them, everybody under them. So that would be the snakes. Since I was talking about the ladder, so it could be a snakes and ladders game, really. But yeah, but mainly I was going to say that there will be different paths towards this goal in different countries. We should talk together, learn about all the possibilities, but also accept that the steps will be different for different countries. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, I visited your lovely country for the first time in my life about a month ago, and enjoyed it greatly, including a lovely concert at your amazing concert hall. It was great. I think 1,600 people at a concert from a population of about 200,000 was amazing. So it's a lovely place.
They were homeless.
Pardon?
They were probably homeless.
And they didn't look it. Yeah, thank you. But I do agree. I mean, I think that these proposals should be tailored and specific to each situation. They should be situation specific. So, I mean, for example, in China, I think in China, there's a huge case for basic income. Why? When the Chinese, my colleagues in China say, but we've got 1.4 billion population, how are we going to get the basic income to them? I said, because at the moment, you're supplying 7 billion people worldwide with virtually every manufactured product. If you can provide for 7 billion, you can certainly provide for your own 1.4 billion. So as you know, I mean, for example, in the USA consumer is being supplied by Chinese products with furniture, with clothing and so on, and that's funded by the Chinese government buying US Treasury bonds to complete the circuit. Why not instead put the same money into a Chinese UBI and allow the Chinese population to buy the furniture and clothing that they produce themselves? So that's a situation specific. A friend of mine is also working in post-conflict situations in Syria and Iraq. She is herself Syrian and working at the University of Vienna. And she was telling me that in Syria, of course we don't support the regime there, but there are people there, in terms of food, they're currently issuing local currency, but, quote, backing it up by loans from Iran and Russia. So the question there is, why do you need the loans from Iran and Russia? Only because you're insisting on money creation must be debt. So it then depends what the supply chain of the food is, and how you then get a supply chain which is more local to the local economy and so on. And talking with colleagues in Malaysia and Vietnam, because we're planning a conference in Southeast Asia early this year, and both of them are subject to a debt to GDP constraint of 55%. But then they say, well, you look at every developed country, it's 100%. So there's a constraint upon their ability to have a higher standard of living because of this constraint. So there, again, a rather different solution that eases that constraint might be the first step. But I also agree with you that whatever the end goal of the model is, we should proceed stepwise, which I think is what you're saying. You add to your work dividend and you watch the result. And if the result looks favourable, then of course you can increase. If it generates unexpected difficulty, then you've got to think again. But you know, a piecemeal reform in the direction that you're saying, but one that is situation specific and has analysed the supply chains in the real economy is the way to go. Yeah.
So, how do you look at the role of the World Bank and International Monetary Fund, and of course the EU too, but for countries in economic development, their external debt and so on? Do you see any light at the end of the tunnel there?
Well, yes, I do. In that World Bank have recently been producing papers on basic income. If you go to my ubi.org website on the books page, you'll find a review of the latest World Bank paper on basic income. And so that community is also beginning to think it through. Now, as you say, how does this apply to a developing economy? The answer has always, in my view, got to refer back to the production side of the economy. If we can deliver income to people, which we easily can, there's no problem producing money. Can we produce the bread? Can we produce the clothes? Can we produce the housing? You know, what is the supply side looking like? And can that supply side be expected to respond to growth? Because when we're talking about alleviating poverty, we are talking about growth. That's just definitionally got to be the case. And if we want to lift people out of poverty, as China has done, is there the supply chain there that will respond to aggregate demand funding from a basic income? And that has got to be what's very specific to each country's situation. Or will it necessarily suck in imports because there will never be the local manufacturing capability? And if so, what's the effect on exchange rates and so on? So they've got to be modelled. But yes, I think that the World Bank, I don't know so much about the IMF, but World Bank is certainly thinking about both that and the definition of money not as debt. Biagio Boscosoli.
What about, there's a lot of informal economy in the developing economies, and it was in relation to the GDP, because I think it was originally created also to take account of poor countries' loan burden. And because a big part of the economy is informal, isn't that really to a disadvantage of these countries? Seen from a sort of IMF World Bank point of view.
Well, you're right that, I mean, in these informal countries, in these developing countries, and I have worked in several of them, there is a big informal sector. That's absolutely correct. But how far that informal sector would grow if you made more income available to the consumer, and whether the informal economy can respond with production and output needs to be evaluated in each situation. But how you then, as if you were the government, how you then propose to manage the economy if you keep accepting that a large part of it is informal and not yielding any tax revenues and so on, yeah, that's problematic. But as I said earlier, I can't pretend to be a guru and answer every question. I don't necessarily know.
There is actually, we have a question from our YouTube stream. It's not directed at anyone per se, but I'd like to hear your 2 cents, Jeff. The question is the following. Isn't the principle behind negative income tax a more straightforward way of handing out money? Perhaps it also, in the end, offers a larger amount for those most in need compared to unconditional universal basic income.
Yeah, again, I'd probably plead for a bit of thought time to answer that properly. But there are questions in each of these schemes as to what the tapers are as to when people pick up the entitlement and when they lose the entitlement if income increases and so on. I did some work on this a couple of weeks ago, but I'm afraid I haven't got it right at the front of my mind, so I could try to answer it a bit later if somebody wanted to send me an email. My email is on the ubi.org website. So I'd rather be honest and not give an answer than try to bullshit you, as they say.
Is this working still? I could propose a small, a proposal to how to answer this, is that negative income tax could be one of the steps. So instead of deciding that it's the end result or whatever, deciding anything, that could be one of the steps where you can just stop and look around. We have achieved negative income tax in our country. Let's see how it fares for a few years. And is there still poverty? Is there still social unrest or discrimination or whatever questions people want to raise? So this could be one of the steps towards, let's call it utopia.
Yeah, it could. I mean, I think one of the questions about negative income tax was capturing people, wasn't it? To what extent you would actually reach the unreachable person.
Yeah. So with negative income tax, people who are what you call unreachable, they don't participate in the labor market, but they have rights. Yeah. So it's a certain rights, like voting right. You have a right to this amount, no matter if you work a labor job or if you stay at home taking care of the children, or if you make your paintings or whatever you want to do. So nobody's unreachable if they are considered as rights.
Fair enough, yeah.
Okay.
I have a comment on that. It's typical negative taxes that it's too slow. It takes some time before you realize that your tax account is positive. And when the government or the payer is realizing this, you may have got another job and don't need that negative tax anymore, or at least it's too late. So and it's a complicated system, but overall you will have the same as the basic income, but it's not working that good as a basic income that is coming every month.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other point, isn't it? That a negative income tax is still means tested. That's the definition of a negative income. It's still means tested, and therefore it's still intrusive, and it can become harsh, and so on. But it's still means tested, and we want to get rid of means testing, I think.
Well, I'm in favour actually on taxing the UBI, so in sort of getting it slowly disappearing. And of course, if you out of work, you still have it.
Yeah.
It's mean testing as well, but I think that's still a UBI.
I think Gerdur has a question.
Go ahead, Gerdur.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your information. It was very, very interesting discussions. But what I was thinking about just what you said just now, Kjell, about the taxing of UBI. But as soon as it is being taxed, it's not a basic income, because then you have to give basic income plus tax, you know. Because so I think the simplest way is just to keep it at covering certain costs. It will be different in each country because of the inflation, because of prices, because of everything. But what I wanted to ask is if it had been considered what I was suggesting before, that society, all over the world, society should be a shareholder, a founding shareholder in every company and establishment that is born, because they are all so based on our joint financing. So instead of, so they are grabbing or taking, or whatever way, they are taking the know-how in society and benefiting from it personally or from companies, and we don't have any access. But if this investment, our investment, is recognized as a part of each company, not as taxes or anything, it's because value is beyond money. Knowledge is beyond money. So we are financing the knowledge they will be using, each company is using, and so we are shareholders of each and every establishment. So that will be separate, so that money will go into society and run society there amongst financing the distribution of the dividend of our investments. So then at least we have a saying in everything, and it will not be possible for these big companies to fly off with all that money and spending all over the place. And also one thing that I have not heard anybody talk about, and that is that the governments in every world, but I'm not talking about necessarily specific governments, but they should also be more clear about the choice of expenditure. They cannot, actually, because if basic income is the primary obligation of each government to pay, because they are established to protect society. So that should be the primary payment is back to society, which is the UBI, the dividend. And for the rest, they can choose what they need to do. Because now we are spending so much money in destroying the world, destroying, killing people. I mean, it's very expensive to kill those people all around the world. Creating war and fugitives and everything, and argue about who is going to take the shit we are doing all over the world. We are not going to do it as a united Europe. We are not embracing the fugitives, which we have blown away their whole houses and the livelihood. You know, they're not really taking responsibility for our expenditure, because we are basing our economy in criminality, actually. I know I shouldn't say it, but I see it as such. You cannot spend the same money twice, except in the circular, of course, which UBI is. So UBI is a self-supporting, self-financing economical system, and the best base for keep that going and make that the prime issue. That is actually what I wanted to say. I didn't write this as a speech, but this is my feeling.
Yeah, well, I mean, I do agree with you that knowledge and technology are definable as a public good, and therefore that they are conceptually certainly an argument for basic income. Whether you want to implement that by the community, the state, the government actually taking share capital in businesses is a moot point. And I'm not sure at what level you would apply that. So if I, for example, tomorrow set up a window cleaning business and it was me and a couple of friends, would we go to the length of the state taking a share in that new window cleaning business? I think that the administrative complexity of that is huge. So I'd rather conceptually acknowledge that knowledge is a public good, and this justifies a basic income for all. But I'm not personally that thrilled with the idea of government agencies taking shares and control in businesses. I think they're even worse at it than the businesses. But that's another thing.
No, you misunderstand. You misunderstand me, I think. Or you don't think it through. The thing is that every single company, they have to apply for a license. And that license is in the hands of the government or whatever. So in order to establish something, you get a license. But the thing is that they are all the investors. You establish a business for cleaning windows or whatever, but somebody has to know how to clean a window. So you cannot establish anything except you can read and write. And I'm not talking about necessarily, not at all, like a governmental workers to participate in the company, and they have to have a certain turnover that has to be figured out. This is just an idea. So every single company, small or big, our society is a part of their. They are the basic investor. That is more or less the only way I can imagine that we as society, we have to find a way so not to have a governmental representative as such, because we have somehow, because of our system, that we always think that governmental representatives are not able to do business or be in business, or business to governmental representatives to do, or governmental business as such. But we have to, I'm not talking about it as a control over everything, it's just a regulation as partners. And yeah, I have to write that probably better down what I'm thinking, but I cannot see any other way how we can bridge the gap between the haves and no haves. Because of the way it is now, the rich buy up everything.
I was looking at tax in UBI, and when I'm talking about that, I mean, this is just part of a progressive tax system. And I also think that we will hear about later on about the P&D dividend, the carbon tax, which is the same principles that also UBI should be based on. I think the progressive is, for me, as a green politician, I'm almost it's important to have the economy stop at the limit, which is the ecological border. And I think if we use this progressivity in much more wider than the fee and dividend for the carbon tax, we will have a system that is providing the planet, but also the result of it will be dividend to the people, because that's the only the best way actually to produce progressivity. So you don't, in such a system, you won't have this huge company, because they are so big that they have, you can say it's a bit easy. If you own 1% of the market, you pay 1% tax. If you own 100% of the market, you pay 100% tax. And nobody will then bother to own 100% of the market. But it's not a simplification of the system, but the progressivity is very important in making economy in the future, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the first question about the role of government, that is situation specific. I mean, in the UK at the moment, we have a government that's led us through the folly of Brexit, and therefore the level of trust in that government is extremely low. I mean, I've never seen such a folly in my life. And do I have confidence in that decision? No, I don't. So, I mean, frankly, I'm looking for non-governmental solutions to the future of the UK. So it's very situation specific. And I think on terms of your industrial concentration argument, I mean,
it does seem to me that most industry sectors converge to something like a 3 firms 70% market share. And there are certain reasons for that in terms of economies of scale, for example. And that competition is not, at the end of the day, somebody wins the competition, or some group of people win the competition. So I personally wouldn't try to stop the most efficient structure coming around. I would then make sure that structure makes its proper social contribution.
But the thing is, what we all see, that there are huge, that there are huge companies. It's loads of companies, but there are really few owners, because they talk about like 13, 14 families who own the majority is the 1%. So the thing is like a snowball. It is the same thing. It rolls down the hill and it catches the snow. It gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And this is what happens, that the people with money, they buy off when companies are starting, they cannot go on, they cannot get further. They buy up good ideas and develop them further. And this is what is so dangerous. And the thing is that the government, we are talking about the government not coming into the government not running our businesses, and for example, UPI or doing this and that. But the thing is that whatever way we are doing taxation or something that goes through the hands of the government, if it being supported in this way or that way, welfare system, it goes through the hands of the government. So it is really scary that we always look at, we elect government, and as soon as we elect them, we see them as our enemies. And that is not wrong. That is why I have been talking about that we have to talk about team working with the government, because we are choosing our best, or we should be electing our best people in the government. And that is definitely what we are not doing if we don't trust them for anything.
Yep.
This can be done if we do more of this democratic the government. People is living freely in a free economic system.
Well, again, how effective is the democratic system at representing people's interests? So I was discussing over lunch, actually, again, this is a UK example, but in order to avoid the persistence of a right-wing government, we need some coordination of the left. And the coordination of the left would best be either by some alliance, which isn't going to happen, or at the very least by a PR system of voting. So at the recent Labour Party conference, a motion is put forward for proportional representation. The overwhelming majority of members of the Labour Party voted for it. But one union voted against it, and so it didn't get through. So, the political system is as capable of being corrupted as is the business system. How do you then ensure good ethic everywhere? This is surely a separate question of, human ethics in all our institutions and in all our personal behaviors.
Can I interject for a moment here? Vivan.
Chairman, you mentioned carbon tax, but Harald is not present, so he won't be presenting the carbon tax. But I have a question to Jeff.
Vivan. Can I stop you right there, Vivan? We are hearing whispering from the fields that this is going a bit too specific to specifics.
I have a problem, a question that relates to our program.
Oh, okay. I'll allow one final question and answer. Is that okay?
Well, yes. I mean, we asked in the program also Jeff to tell how you think that the governments should pursue the economic policies after the extraordinary measures that have been taken during the lockdown. And I know you have an article on your
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what my presentation was all about, really, to ensure that we have income to people and debt out of the economy. Those are the two goals to which my proposals are related. On carbon tax, as you know, I'm sceptical because I think carbon taxes should be used to eliminate emissions, not to raise revenues. But, you know, we need to move fast towards a green economy, and in the climate campaign, we need to start rolling out some big, real policies. So, you know, let's assume that we've convinced everybody that, that we have a climate crisis. The question now is what to do economically about it, and we need to get on with some real positive policy proposals there, but it's separate to this debate, I know. Is that...
Okay then. Great, thank you, Jeff.
Oh, thank you.
And after this, there will still be a final closing statement from Jouko. But before that, I'm disappearing after Jouko comes to here. But I really want to thank everyone, everyone in the audience here in YouTube, Zoom, and Carl and Sebastian. That you have been superstars. Thank you. We couldn't have done this without you. And yeah, and every author of the pamphlet who wasn't here today, my humblest thank yous to everyone. Goodbye.
Taskuun. Aloitatko mä suoraan? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, what a great pleasure to me to conclude this nice conference. But however, we have achieved the main goal of our project, this pamphlet that is published officially today. It is now, to a large extent, already touring the Nordic countries, hopefully even further. I warmly thank you all of you, the representatives of all the Nordic countries, for your valuable work in the project steering group and beyond to achieve this valuable goal. My special thanks go to those of you who, without saving your time, have created the pamphlet articles on the most important social motive that will soon, as I believe, produce the most genuine social restructuring in all the Nordic countries with the introduction of UBI. Thank you also to you who, drawing on your extensive social expertise, today reaffirmed your belief, our belief in the important role of UBI in promoting the intellectual, economic, cultural, and social well-being of humankind. This project has also been a test on how we as homeless civil society networks are able to convey our message. Here, Lukan, the Finland-Swedish Information and Culture Center, offered us their cooperation by housing us in their premises and streaming the event. Our warmest thanks to Seppe and Kalle and all your personnel of Lucan. We see this as a genuine win-win solution, as we wish our pamphlet to be a wake-up call to the Nordic countries' decision makers. Dear listeners, the Nordic Unconditional Universal Basic Income Networks have joined together, working for a genuine social restructuring of the Nordic society. We want to contribute to a more human life through UBI. It is a great step towards the welfare state idea that we all together should take care of our fellow citizens' well-being. It is the society's ultimate value. Thus, it also means that our Bien Nordic networks, through joint forces, firmly aim at further improving the traditionally good cooperation between the Nordic countries on a socially, economically, educationally, culturally, and spiritually higher level. We members of the Nordic networks request that the Nordic countries should live up to their former reputation by introducing basic income and to also show a roadmap for a more just and sustainable world and democratic economy. To this end, we join in Mikko Lagerspet's assessment of our pamphlet that the issues we raise should become the subject of a wide, thorough and inclusive political debate. This should be the next phase of the translation work to which the pamphlet contributes. We urge all Nordic politicians, parliaments and the Nordic Council that they would join us on working with us to achieve these noble goals brought out in this conference. Dear UBI friends, I wish you all good luck in your work for a better world with the help of unconditional basic income, of course. Thank you all for this nice get-together occasion. Thank you.